Welcome to Pop Culture Philosophers. I'm Rockin Robbie Live!
What is up, everybody? Welcome to Pop Culture Philosophers. In particular, welcome to Rockin Robbie Live. That's the show where we gather on some Sunday nights to chat about comics, movies, pop culture, and a whole lot more. I am your host, Rockin Robbie Billups. How is everybody doing? Hope you've had a great week. Hope you've had a great weekend. I've had a solid week. I've had an amazing weekend, and we're going to cap it all off here tonight on Rockin Robbie Live. We got a great show planned tonight. Fantastic show. We've got the DC sneak peek. Believe it or not, DC is releasing comics this week. I've read them. I'm going to let you know what I thought about them. We're also going to be talking about the Oklahoma fried onion burger, because I made one today, and I'm going to do a whole bit about it. Also, DC in the 90s. That and show and tell, all that and more tonight here on Rockin Robbie Live. But even though we've got a grandiose plan, some might even call it sensational, this show is driven, fueled, if you will, by your questions, your thoughts, your comments, and your concerns. So get them in right now. What do you want to chat about? Throw out a station, maybe a pop, boom, all up in the chat room. How is everybody doing? So excited to see everybody. It's been a while. In fact, I may be a little bit rusty tonight because I feel like I haven't been doing this show near as much as I want to. There's lots of stuff going on in life, lots of stuff going on in everybody's lives, but I just want y'all to know that things are good, things are grand, and I do plan on trying to get back into a regular rotating schedule here for Rockin Robbie Live, where I want to eventually get back to doing 3 shows a month, having like one Sunday night off here and there, depending. You never know. You never know. In fact, what is it? What's the saying? Something like, man makes plans, the gods laugh, something like that. Anyway, all that being said, welcome to Rockin Robbie Live. Super excited to be here and hang out with all of y'all tonight. We're going to kick this off the right way with some tequila, because that's just what we always do about this time. So throw out a station, a pop, boom. Let me know that you're here. What do you want to chat about? There's lots to catch up on. I haven't even been doing the weekly pop culture wrap-up on a regular basis either. I gotta figure that one out. But here's to you, PCP Army. Station. Nice. Nice. I'll tell you one thing, though, Two Gun. I see you down there, Two Gun. I see you. Don't tease me with more shows, Robbie. I'll tell you this. It's going to be a busy September and October because I'm making 2 con appearances in September and October. Plus, we got Horror Fest going on, so I will be appearing way more regularly on Dylan's Horror Show, even on Blood Splatter Chatter, and of course, PCP Movie Night. Which leads me to this. No live streams this week, y'all. So it's going to be a live stream-less week. There is no PCP Movie Night this week. We're taking the week off. And the following week, 2 weeks off. Dylan is off this week as well. No Dylan's Horror Show on Saturday. Why? Because we're all getting ready for the best horror fest ever. That's right. 31 shows across 3 channels talking about over 50 movies. So even though we don't have PCP Movie Night and DHS or Blood Splatter Chatter, I don't know, maybe Vern's got a show on Thursday. I don't know. That being said, Horror Fest kicks off August 26th on Saturday night at Dylan's Horror Show with Maniac, a great movie. I wouldn't say great, but it's a movie I really like with some great effects from Tom Savini. And then the following Monday, we kick it off at PCP Movie Night with the entire Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise. That is all 9 Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies reviewed. And then that Thursday, on Blood Splatter Chatter, he kicks off his section of Horror Fest with the movie Don't Breathe, which I've never seen, but I hear it's really good. But I'm excited to check it out. I don't think I'm going to be on that show, but there are some exciting shows that I'm going to be on for Verno. So, of course, there is the full list. Maniac, Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise, Don't Breathe, The Howling, Captain Kronos, Vampire Hunter, Sisters, Prey, Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, The Blob, Cujo, Sleepaway Camp, Bride of Chucky, Sinister, The Brood, A Quiet Place 2, Wishmaster, Tales from the Hood. That's the PCP Army audience choice pick. Deadstream, David Gordon Green's Halloween trilogy. What? Opera from Dario Argento, Friday the 13th Part 1 and Part 2, Ju-on, The Grudge, The Exorcist Believer, that's the new one, Night of the Demons, Dawn of the Dead, The Argento Cut, Barbarian, Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, Dracula from 1931, the entire Saw franchise, all 10 Saw films, including the new one, Saw X. And then Blood Splatter Chatter is going to end it all on Halloween night with Rob Zombie's Halloween. So that's exciting. I will say this. You should join the PCP Army. That's the official Pop Culture Philosophers Facebook group. You didn't get your vote heard for the audience choice. You didn't want it to be Tales from the Hood. You wanted Bone Tomahawk. Well, you should have been there to vote. That's right. Join the PCP Army, the official Pop Culture Philosophers Facebook group. We're also on Facebook. We're never active there. We're most active in the PCP Army. We're also on Instagram, so follow us there. You can follow me on Twitter at @TheRockinRobbie. My bad. You can follow me on X at @TheRockinRobbie. You can follow Pop Culture Philosophers at the website, popculturephilosophers.com. There you will find links to t-shirts and stuff like that, including the limited edition Horror Fest t-shirt is available right now. It's got a cool, gnarly AI-generated image on it that Manny came up with that is truly a fever dream that I absolutely love. It's got all the logos for PCP, DHS, and Blood Splatter Chatter. That's BSC. BSC, DHS, and PCP. And on the back, it's got the entire list of all the movies that we're doing. So y'all check that out. All this other stuff down there, check it out. Pay attention. If you want to support the channel, you can do so at patreon.com/PCP or with the super chat tonight, which will unlock a Hellboy video and who knows, maybe even a shot or two as we go. So what do y'all want to talk about? Get it in and let me go ahead and give you the official Horror Fest teaser. There are bits in this from most of the movies that we're covering. Every show is going to be represented in this. This is the Horror Fest tease, y'all. It's also Dylan's Horror Fest intro. So, enjoy. It's going to be a great horror fest this year, the biggest and baddest ever. Let's take a look at the chat. Let's see who's up in the house. We got GT Key Comic up in here. We got Nothing. We got John Dorsey. What's up? Station. Our Ariaga's in the house. Two Gun Pedro. Entropian Comics. What's up, Kevin? How you doing? We got, who else in here? Rogue Collecting's in the house. John Dorsey. Love the synth pop. Feel like Robbie loves him some 80s electronic. I adore me some 80s electronic music. 129%. My bad. 169%, we should say. See, we got Red Hood Reviews in the house. My man Spilio, what is up? How you doing, Spilio? Long time no hear. Just kidding. Me and him were chatting before the show. Let's see. CTA Frank is in the house. Hey, Fable's in the building. What's up? One collection down. How you doing, my man? We got Larry in the house. Hammer Time Holeshoe, going to be my compatriot for Scarefest in October. That's right, I said I was going to be at two cons in the next 2 months, September and October. In September, I'll be at the Memphis Comic Expo, and in October, I'll be at Scarefest. The Memphis Comic Expo is in Memphis, Tennessee, and Scarefest is in Lexington, Kentucky. We're going to have a great time, John. James is in the house. What is up? I'm doing good, Red Hood. John says, this show is my favorite Sunday night jam. Boom! Hell yeah, thank you so much for that. How dare you take time off for your life and loved ones? Exactly, I know, how dare I. What's my favorite tequila? I had this really expensive bottle of Don Julio one time. It was like a $200 bottle, right? That was probably the best tequila I've ever had. If I just had my own choice, it would be mostly Patron Silver, but I go with Cuervo Silver because that's more budget friendly. So that's what I usually drink. And my taste for this got kicked back up at MegaCon this year because at Twin Peaks they have $4 shots of this, and that is still expensive, but it's cheap compared to other places and other drinks. Tequila makes babies and the need for bail bondsmen. Yeah, there you go. Ariaga says Don Julio 70 is the best. Hey, Bueller is in the house. Station Bueller. My man. I was talking about you earlier, me and Spilio. We were talking about how we're going to start a rumor, a bad rumor about you and try to get you canceled and ruined here on YouTube. Just kidding. We were talking about how much we love you, Bueller. If I have to see that stupid Tom Brady commercial again before a YouTube video, I'm going to lose it. Robbie, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. I haven't seen no Tom Brady commercials. I don't know the one you're talking about. That's your algorithm, brother. Hey, what's up, Pete? Oh, thank you so much, Fable. Fable just threw up some links to DHS and Blood Splatter Chatter. Great video about Donnie Cates. Oh, Bueller did a video about Donnie Cates. I have to check that out. I haven't seen that. Oh, John, you could not go wrong subbing up to Comics with Bueller. One of the absolute best and most authentic and cool dudes in this whole game. Oh, thank you, Fable, for showing the PCP Army link, too. That's awesome. Hey, Sleepy Reader 666, Damien, what is up? Station Vacation Nation, inflation, celebration. What's up, Interfacer? How's it going? What's up, Average Comics Joe? All right, GT Key Comics got a question. Can I get your take on some of the comic drama? The Bryce Comics, Del Auto, Hot Shots Comics, CGC Fiasco, etc., etc. Well, GT, I hate to tell you, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Like, no idea. I guess I'm so far removed from any comic book drama, I don't even know what's going on. I have no idea what we're talking about here. What's up, Andy? Let me know what's going on. I want to have an opinion, but I just don't even know what we're talking about. Synth Pop does rock. 169%. Thank you, Fable. I think it's a dope intro. What's up, Glenn? What's up, Kenneth? In honor of John Romita Sr., what is your favorite run he was on? R.I.P. Jr. R.I.P. Sr. My favorite genre, I mean, I guess I don't want to be too basic, but his Spider-Man run, he came in right after Ditko and brought a dynamic quality to that book that was not necessarily fully realized when Ditko was the book. Ditko has, one of the things I love about Steve Ditko's Spider-Man is this very, like, creepy, awkward kind of take and approach to it. But John Romita kind of gave it that shine, that spit and polish, or whatever they call it. So I really do like that. So that's probably what I would say. I know he's got a brief run there on Fantastic Four and other things, but I think it's Spider-Man is what he kind of is mostly going to be remembered for sure. He really helped elevate that book visually into something that has lasted decades. Absolutely decades. Casamigos here, but it's pricey. John, is that the George Clooney one? I've been wanting to try that one. In fact, if anybody wants to buy me a bottle, you're more than welcome to. You can't ship it to Alabama, though, so you just have to super chat. Hammer Time Holshu says, Patron for me, and it has nothing to do with my love for Bacardi, and Bacardi owns Patron. Yeah, John, I'm sure your brand loyalty has nothing to do with that. Hey, Stokes! My buddy Kevin Stokes is in the building. Me and him working on a book. Mostly him working on the book. The visuals look great, and when it's ready for y'all to see some stuff from it, y'all are going to lose your shit over the comic book that me and my homie Kevin Stokes are making. So everybody go follow Stoked Art. He's not very active on social. He should be, though. Everybody tell Kevin that he needs to be more active on socials, sharing his artwork and stuff. But none of the project, keeping that under wraps. Andy says, "Oh, smack, Jose Cuervo, can't wait to see Robbie get all faded." I got a fresh fade today. Look at that. Yeah, got my hair did today. You know, a month ago, because every time I have a hair appointment, I always set up the next appointment, and it seemed a month ago that it was fine to set up the appointment for 9:30 a.m. on a Sunday. Until I went out to karaoke last night and partied hard and closed the bar down and didn't get home until around 3. I was regretting that this morning, 100%, just so y'all know. We had a great time last night, though. If you follow my personal Facebook page, you've seen some of the pictures. We have a lot of fun when we go out. Believe it or not, partying with Rockin Robbies actually more fun in real life. Hey, Eric's in the house. Station. Spilio, you're right. There are a lot of beautiful people here tonight. Spearheaded by you, my sexy friend. Oh, we got Mark McGrath in the house. Every morning there's a... Why is it always that song that I go to? I could easily just do Fly or a deep cut, their cover of Stand and Deliver, but y'all would think I was just doing the... Who did it originally? Was that Adam Ant? I don't remember now. I just know it is a Sugar Ray song. Anyway, how you doing, Mark? Good to see you here. 80s electro, hip-hop, and synth. Interfacer, you got good taste, my man. Good taste. Interfacer says, Ditko for the win. Hey, Steph's in the house. Missing link. Steph, I just want to say, as the only black man here on the channel, if you don't know what that means, check out our Beverly Hills Cop video that we did to end off Action Fest. Oh, look at all the love for Kevin. What's up, Center 24? No, it's not Kevin Smith. And I don't know if he knows anything about the Batgirl movie. I'm pretty sure the Batgirl movie got deleted. At least that's what they said. Let's see. Who is your favorite person with the greatest creative mindset? Mine is Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon? Your favorite person with the greatest creative mindset? Jack Kirby. Pokin' Joe is in the house. What is up? Taki's in the house. Stu's in the house from Dr. Deuce Fan Club. Ouroboros Snake. How are y'all doing? Canadian Survivalist. Every time I take off my glasses, I can't see. Seems to track, one might say. All right, GT's filling me in. Fair enough. I want to inform you, some of your fellow YouTubers have made about 24 videos on those two subjects. One, the Bry's Comics Dell exclusive, and two, Hot Shots Comics CGC fiasco. No idea. No idea. I have no idea what any of that is. So I won't be making a video about it. Even when all that stuff always happens, I don't make videos on that shit. It's too easy. I like doing it the hard way. Just 3-hour live stream, see who watches. Speaking of which, celebrations are in order, y'all. Let's throw out a pop pop boom for us. The first video to hit 200,000 views happened. It happened overnight, I believe, or it happened late last night. But the Cyborg movie review, the Van Damme Cyborg movie, has crossed 200,000 views here on the PCP YouTube channel. PCP Movie Night for the win. Station, we now pause for station identification. Hammer Time says, too early. Hair looks awesome, though. Thank you. Yeah, it's too early to be faded yet, but we're going to do another shot to celebrate 200K for the first time. That's awesome, actually. That video is doing really well. And a lot of our PCP Movie Night videos are starting to really get somehow, I guess, triggered into the algorithm or something. And we are having a lot of success with some of those. Cobra's a little bit behind that with 80,000 views right now. Sylvester Stallone's Cobra, which is awesome. Small Soldiers just crossed 20,000 views. I think Iron Eagle's closing in on 20,000 views. Dress to Kill, which we did for March Madness this year, the Brian De Palma film, is approaching 20,000. So, hell yeah. You're right, Pokin' Joe. Holy crap, all the cool cats are in here. I know, that's why we do this. Got to go back up. Okay. Nothing says, I fade my own hair now. 40 to 50 bucks a fade when the kit is 20 bucks at Walmart. I applaud you for that, Nothing. I have tried to give myself fades and haircuts, and it's decent. But I'll tell you what. For me, it's a nice, like, relaxation kind of thing. Because I do the whole shebang. I get the warm towel. I get the straight razor cut and all that stuff. And my stylist, her name's Kristen. My stylist is awesome. She loves horror films. She loves drama. So we're always gossiping, and we're always talking about horror films. Today, we just spent most of the time talking about the Scream movies. Because she had just watched Scream 6 for the first time. Past self always betrays future self. Fly is my jam. Hell yeah. I just want to fly. Tell you what you. Put your arms around me, baby. Put your arms around me, baby. All right. Here's to you, PCP Army. Thank you for helping us hit 200,000 views on one video. For the first time. I did not know you were making a comic book. I shall have to purchase it. Who's the publisher? We don't have a publisher yet. I feel like we don't need a publisher. I feel like we can do it ourselves. If y'all know me and y'all actually pay attention to my thoughts about comics, it would be cool, I guess, to have a publisher, but this is a creator-owned thing that me and Kevin have developed, and he's putting in a shit ton of work on that, y'all. It's amazing. And I'll tell you this. Anybody whoever has that argument of like, what's the more difficult job, writing or doing the artwork? I'll tell you this. So far, I think I've put in like 12 hours of work into this, and Kevin's put in like months of work into this. And anyway, what we're working on right now is like the first 12 pages, right? And we're going to use that to hopefully crowdfund the book. But I don't want to get it set up until we are ready, till I feel like we're going to make it happen. I don't want people to buy into a crowdfund comic from me and not get something for 2 to 3 years, because I've been there. That's happened to me, and I understand. Things take time, and it takes money to do it. Kevin is a professional artist. That is his job. So when Kevin takes time out from his professional gigs to do this, he's not getting paid for it. So I really appreciate the work he's putting in, and I think it's some of his best work I've ever seen. It is co-created by me and him. It is written by me and him, but he is doing the artwork, inking, and the pencils. It is gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Trust me. It is badass. And I'm just going to tell you one thing about it. One thing I'll tell you. Me and him are both fans of Rob Liefeld and Jack Kirby. And we want to take the love of both of those cats and blend them together. That's what we're doing. I love it when people laugh and they go, Robbie, ha. And I'm like, I don't know what bit you're laughing at. Hammer Time says Rivers by Sugar Ray, which sounds Weezer-ish, but it's about Rivers Cuomo, and it's their best song and so underrated. Low-hanging fruit. I wonder what we're talking about. I forgot what I was saying 3 minutes ago. Stu says, nothing better than getting off work and knowing the homies are going to be kicking it right here. Hell yeah, man. Fable, you were on that one. Think about how many people have seen your beautiful face now, man. Jelani keeps telling me, too. He's like, I wasn't on that one, damn it. I was like, I know. Maybe that's why it's the one that hit 200,000. We're going to try an experiment. We're actually doing, as a tribute to that, we're doing Van Damme November. Like after Horror Fest, we're doing 3 Van Damme movies for PCP Movie Night. And maybe I should try an experiment and not have Jelani on them to see what happens. I can dig on that. No, nothing. That actually, I think you're right. That makes a lot. Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, thank you, Ouroboros. Do you have a favorite Triangle Years story? Yeah, it's The Reign of the Superman. I love The Reign of the Superman. Now, I like The Death, and I loved Funeral for a Friend. That was actually really good stuff. But The Reign, that's just my nostalgia right there, right? Like, I love The Reign of the Superman. The Eradicator, who at the time, I swore up and down was the real Superman. Cyborg Superman, Steel, Superboy, who I thought Connor was the coolest shit when I was a kid. I still think he's cool. Blame Fable for the 200K on the Cyborg review. I never saw a full nude fight scene until Jennifer Lawrence's latest. Yeah, I heard about that. I've seen a full nude fight scene, though. You ever seen Eastern Promises? That's one. I just saw another one recently. There was a movie I watched recently with like a nude fight. And I was like, I even said, this makes me think of Eastern Promises. I don't remember what movie it was, though. Oh, thank you, Ouroboros. Our Ariaga says a Roadhouse review in Action Fest 2024 would smoke those 200,000 views. We've already done a Roadhouse video. We did a review of Roadhouse, and where's it at? Let's see where that's at. We even had Bueller on for that one. It was the only movie night I think Bueller's joined us for. Because that's like his favorite movie of all time. So our Roadhouse review is at 767. So it's going to take a while to get that one to 200K. All right, so Bryce offered a Del Auto exclusive with reused art, claimed it was the most rare Del Auto. Hotshot pre-sold hundreds of CGC 9.8s and still has not delivered. YouTubers went ape. All right. This is probably why I've not heard of it. Number one, I don't really buy exclusives unless they're like somehow connected to my friends. So like Brett Hess, friend of the show, great artist, did an exclusive one time for, was it I Breathed a Body? He did that and it was a Bueller exclusive. I bought that. But I don't usually fuck around with exclusives. But yeah, they're reusing his art and just saying it's rare. That's kind of shitty. That's shady as fuck, to be honest with you, in my opinion. Pre-selling hundreds of CGC 9.8, still not delivered. That's shit. That's shit too, to not deliver. I would never pre-order a 9.8 CGC, but I don't like CGC books. It's just not me. So I don't know. You know, it's just that's how I feel about it. I think both of those sound like they're pretty fucking shady. It also feels like I could make a YouTube video about it and try to hit 200K on it, but I would rather spend years developing an audience that gathers for 2 hours every week to talk about movies and eventually have a random Van Damme movie hit that. No, it sounds shitty though, but on both of those sound very shitty. Two or 3 years for a comic book sounds like a Stephen Platt or a Del Keown book. It might take them a little bit longer. Kirby-filled. How'd you know the name of the book, Damien? It's not. That's not the name of the book. Oh, thank you, Peter. Oh, yeah. Laughing at me being the only black man on the panel. Thank you. What's going on with this thing? I might need to charge it. Stokes says, "Thank you, bro. It's looking great. I'm excited to show it soon. We got to have to show like a tease or something. Yo, I just want to know when the Ghost Thrasher comic is dropping. That's up to Marvel. And I wouldn't trust any of my work at Marvel right now. Unless I can find out who's the one guy who's been making those good decisions. And when I say guy, it could be a gal too. Or whatever. Ghost Thrasher happens when I get my 5-year Blade plan. Kurt Busiek has some Kirby-inspired work coming out soon, too. Excited for both projects. Hell yeah. Yeah, you're right. Connor's never stopped being cool. He's still cool. Hey, what's up, Twitch? Hope you're feeling okay, man. Hope you're doing well. Robbie, the anti-clickbait channel. You know it, buddy. You know it. We got Sal in the house. What is up, my man? Make some angry face thumbnail videos. Can you believe that? I could just totally make videos bitching about every issue of Spider-Man. They'd probably do well, but I would have to edit them. I'd have to do another video. Y'all know me. I just like to turn the mic on, turn the camera on, and go. Looking like Jordan D. White is going to be off X-Men. Fuck yes. That is needed to happen for a long time. For a long time. Your thoughts on Brevoort moving? I always say Tom Brevoort. Other people say Brevoort. I don't know what is actual, how to pronounce it. Joe had actually messaged me, like texted me, and about like Tom had like shared something where it seemed like he was getting fired or something, and we were really concerned because I think he's one of the best editors they have. I really do like Tom Brevoort's work. He was the editor of the Kurt Busiek, George Perez Avengers run, for instance. They're moving him to the X line. Honestly, he should be moved up even higher. He should be like an executive editor, isn't he? Or is it like a demotion? Is he the Bob Harris now, like, of the X Office? Is that what's going on, like back in the day? But I think Jordan D. White has been needed to be removed from that position for a while. Tom, we'll see. We'll see. But I like him as an editor. I think he's fine. And I think that he will be better than Jordan DeWitt, who is not a black man on this panel. What am I smoking on? This is my normal vape juice. I use Juice Head Peach Pear in a 3 milligram nicotine concoction. As far as this one, don't worry about that. Don't worry about what's in that. I didn't know Jordan DeWitt was leaving, though. That's awesome. DeWitt around your lip. Ah! Anyway. R.I.P. Miss Marvel. Oh, don't worry. She's back. She's better. How did Conan and Fire and Ice sell at your shop? Sword and Sorcery come back. Oh, they sold out at my shop. They sold out both. Both titles sold out the week of, and both titles I ordered. I probably was a bit too conservative on Conan, to be honest with you, because I don't typically have a lot of luck with books from Titan, but I trust the brand, right? And the book was great. Damien, did you look at it? Like, that artist, what's his name? Like, I can't remember, La de Torre or something like that. I swear to God, I thought, now me and Kevin were talking about this. We thought it was like John Buscema. Like, we thought it was like reprints or something. So I probably could have gone heavier on Conan, but I ordered very aggressively still for a Titan comic, and I ordered aggressively on Fire and Ice, and both sold out first week. Probably like within days, actually. I didn't know Tom was the editor of Busiek's Avengers. Yes. Tom has been an editor of so many great comics, and he's actually chatted with me on Twitter before. I like when I have questions. Like one time I bothered him one day. I was like, hey, Tom, we ever had the moment where Kang officially becomes Immortus? And he gave me a few, like, maybe this, maybe that, but we've never actually seen the moment. So I was like, because I've always wanted to see that moment, like when he actually becomes Immortus. I'm sorry to hear that, Twitch. Glad to see you picking up comics, though. Brevoort for EIC. Maybe a while ago. I don't know now. Now, I'll be honest. I don't think Sobolski is the best fit. So I would like to see a new editor-in-chief. But I don't know if Tom's the answer. Because Tom is a bit mired in the old school. And what we need at Marvel right now is what we had in the late 90s, early 2000s when they brought in Joe Quesada. And Joe Quesada didn't really have... I mean, I guess he did Marvel Knights, and that was kind of one of the things that led him to getting the EIC job. But we need someone who's going to come in and bring a lot of great talent along with them. We got that initially from Axel. We got that with Joe. We have not gotten that with CB. Now, somebody at Marvel's making good decisions. I'll tell you this. Whoever decided that Trad Moore should do his own Doctor Strange book, whoever decided to get the cartoonist kayfabe dudes to do grand design, whoever those people are, maybe we need to think about them, right? Oh, we got Verno in the house. What is up, my man? Station. Oh, Fable sharing the PCP Movie Night Roadhouse review. Let's try to get that to 200K, y'all. Can't we just vote for... Yeah, we should vote for EIC. Then Todd McFarlane would win. or some shit like that. Yeah, amazing. Del Toro, thank you. CB sucks as an EIC, says Steph. Wonderful talent scout, terrible editor-in-chief. Brevoort already said he wasn't going to be EIC. Hell yeah. Good to see all y'all too. Can't find the Roadhouse video. Well, there it is right there. They got you. Fable and Two Gun got you. So that's exciting. All right. Now that we've gotten through the chat and it's almost time for the first break, what are we doing first? I don't even have a thing written out. Let's see. Should we wait for that? Should we just go? What are we doing? What are we doing? I just like talking. I just like chatting. Who cares about the bits? Fuck the bits. Let's just chat. Let's just talk. Let's just drink tequila and hang out, y'all. Let's just do that. Can we just do that? I watched some crazy movies these last couple weeks. I've got some new friends that we like hanging out watching movies. So on some Fridays, we'll like try to do like triple features. Actually, we're successfully doing triple features. But we tried to do a quadruple feature one day, but other things got in the way. We'll do the quadruple feature one day. But one day, we did the oddest triple feature. So we watched my friend loves Barbie movies from back in the day, like those animated Barbie movies. So she brought over a bunch of them, some of them on VHS. And I watched The Princess and the Pauper, which has Martin Short voicing the villain. That was actually pretty fun. And then after that, we watched Holy Mountain, which is what's his name? Alejandro Jodorowsky. That guy. He did El Topo. Watched that, and then we wrapped up with Nightmare Sisters, starring Linnea. And that was a great triple feature. But that Holy Mountain movie, have y'all ever seen Holy Mountain? It's like from the 70s, Jodorowsky. Holy crap. What a fucking weird movie. Like, weird movie. Like, I'm watching it, I'm like, this movie's fucking weird. But by the end of it, I was like, I think this movie's rather profound. I think it's rather enlightening. And I've been thinking about it ever since. So Holy Mountain was, holy shnikes, it was awesome. I really, really liked it. Joe says, just saw The Last Voyage of the Demeter. Oh, I've been really wanting to check that one out. I'm falling behind on my movies again. Haven't had time to get to the theater. I want to see that. I want to see Gran Turismo. I want to see Mutant Mayhem. Haven't seen that one yet either. And then we watched a weird one this last Friday. We'll talk about that in a little bit. I'd love to see Quesada at DC. Quesada's focusing in on doing his own stuff. He's actually doing a small short film, and he is over at DC actually right now doing variant covers on Batman in particular. Oh, speaking of which, y'all, I have gotten an early look at some stuff coming up from DC. Some great stuff. I have read the end of Night Terrors. It sets up the next big thing. I like the ending of that book. I thought that was solid. I've read the first part of the Gotham War, the Batman Catwoman crossover, right? I know we all roll our eyes when we're like, a Batman Catwoman crossover, Gotham War, oh my God, another one. I read the opening one-shot, and I read the second part, which is the next issue of Batman. They're good. Like, the one-shot that sets everything up is good, but the next issue of Batman, Jorge Jimenez back on the artwork, second part of this Gotham War thing, that book was fucking awesome. That book was really, really good. Cannot really talk more about it than that. There's an upcoming Mad Cave book called Crusader that I think is actually really solid. I liked that. But I got to read the first issue of Batman Gargoyle by Raphael Grampa, right? If you know this dude's work, it's kind of like Quitely-esque, a little bit Paul Pope. It's like Frank Quitely meets Paul Pope. That's how I would describe his work. This Gargoyle book, which comes out next week, or in a month, next month, is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Like, the art has leveled up into, like, it still feels Pope meets Quietly with a little bit of Bertram thrown in, but it's still very distinctly Raphael's work. And the artwork in that book is some of the best art I've seen in a Batman comic in years. Years. The artwork is so solid. He's writing and illustrating the book himself. The coloring is great. Can't remember who the colorist is, but he's writing and illustrating the book himself, so it's truly a cartoonist job, a gig there. But it's actually a decent story. It does get bogged down a little bit in some verbosity, but it's nothing that really detracted from my experience reading it. It's exercise. It's DC Black Label. It's out of continuity. But it is a true, like, detective story, which I really appreciated it. But the art in that book blew my ass away, y'all. Blew me the fuck away. Holy freaking cow. Do not sleep on this book. Batman Gargoyle. That first issue, if it tells us anything, and it's a 4-issue series, if that first issue tells me anything, it tells me this is a best comic of the year contender. Like 100%. So y'all definitely need to check that one out. Also got to do a conference call this week with Daniel Warren Johnson and Robert Kirkman. A lot of retailers were invited. We got a sneak peek into the interior of Transformers #1. They sent us a PDF of it. I haven't read the PDF yet, but they showed us the first few pages. They showed us some big, shocking surprises. This Transformers book's going to be fucking awesome. And hearing Daniel talk about the book and his approach to it, this book's going to be good. Comes out in October. Transformers #1. It's going to be great. Trust me. It's going to be good. Like, I can't wait. I got to get a hold of it. The PDF is somewhere in one of my work emails. I got to find where it is. But they did show us, like, the first 10 pages of it. Y'all going to lose your shit, Transformers fans. Going to lose your shit. That's all I can say. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that I saw it. But I did. Nobody tell Robert Kirkman, please. All Marvel needs is top-tier talent. Put on the best books, trim the fat, and put more wood behind behind fewer errors. Okay. Here's the issue. Mainstream comics would be a lot better if the page rates went up, first of all. And second of all, if they allowed the creators to have a stake in their creations. When the last time comics were really booming and busting, late 80s, early 90s, there were a lot of factors contributing to that, but you also had, in the 80s and the early 90s, these creators had a stake in what they were creating. They would get paid royalties. So it was like, yeah, let me make a book that's going to sell 1 million copies. Let's do that. Let's work on that. By the way, Kirkman said in the conference call that they're aiming for that with Transformers. They're aiming to hit like $1 million mark. 2 million. Actually, he says 2 million units sold is what he's aiming for. I don't think they're going to hit that, but it'd be great to see. If the creators actually had some kind of stake in what they were creating, or just off the cuff, got paid a really good page rate for really good top-tier talent, we would have better books at Marvel and DC. So blame the page rates. That's what I do. Because when anybody goes there and makes a name for themselves, how quickly do we see them go off to Image or Boom or whatever? James Tynion is doing really well for himself right now. He doesn't need to be doing work at DC. In fact, he doesn't do mainstream DC books. He does like the Sandman stuff. He does Nice House on the Lake sometimes, but like that's what happens. Scott Snyder's making way more money doing his own thing than he ever did doing Batman, but doing Batman got him the name recognition. We need better page rates. That's what we need. Do we still do the first and final 5? In theory, Two Gun, but not tonight. In theory. That Christian Ward book looks promising. Yeah, I can't wait to get a peek at that one too. Sleepy Reader says, watched a lot of those Barbie movies with my daughter. Some fun stuff. Yeah, I agree. Ouroboros says, Jodorowsky is a smart man. Is it Roski or Rowski? I think it's Roski. Jodorowsky, right? Eric says, Holy Mountain is Holy Schnikes. Put that as the tagline on the poster. Yeah, and when they re-release a Blu-ray or something, y'all can have that quote. Damien says, that's an amazing mix of movies. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Last Voyage seems like a rental to me. It's the least interesting part of Stoker's Dracula. Yeah, but I'm hearing it's actually really good, and that could be mined and milked into its own movie. Like, honestly, I don't know. It's kind of like the Rogue One of Dracula. But I don't know. I have the movie pass, or the A-list, right? So I'm an AMC A-list member, so I need to use that and go watch some of these movies. And I definitely want to be watching that one. Oh, yeah, Jorge's back. I am a lucky dog, Steph. I want Jimenez to work on another project already. He's proved he's killer on Batman. I want to see him do another character. I feel that, but at the same time, I would rather have him have a good, long, extended run on Batman that's going to be definitive. The problem is, he gets stuck with these writers or these editors who force these writers to do all these events. The Tynan run had some of the best Batman art in a long time until this new one by Raphael Grampa. And it even made me dig up the Raphael Grampa book that I read, Batman Gargoyle. It made me dig out The Golden Child. Again, not the Eddie Murphy movie, but the Dark Knight Returns, The Golden Child, that Frank Miller wrote, I believe, and Raphael was the artist. The art is like so many tiers above that right now. It's so crazy. But I wouldn't say that Tynan's Batman run, like Batman, I love his detective run, but I don't think that his Batman run is a definitive run of Batman. And is Chip going to have a definitive run? I don't know. So I hate that maybe his art's going to get lost in the shuffle, but I'll tell you what, he's one of the best. Him and Dan Mora are two of the absolute best talents in modern comics right now, in mainstream comics, especially at DC. I have not read Mesmo Delivery, but Mike was telling me about that one this week. Yeah, DWJ is doing the art and the writing on Transformers. I think they told us that he's doing the art on at least the first 12 issues, and then maybe they're probably going to bring in another artist, but he's going to stay as the writer. He's got some great ideas. He's got love for those characters. He has adapted his style in certain ways to allow his dynamic style to come across through Transformers. He's going to be playing with, it's a complete reboot. It's a complete new thing. It's a complete new, this is Transformers #1, the start of it. And I'll tell you something that was said briefly. Robert Kirkman knows more about why or how to make comics accessible. He knows more about that than Marvel and DC do right now. Because he was telling us, our plan is this. We got some G.I. Joe books, we got Transformers, we got Void Rivals. They are all their own stories. They all are connected, but you can read them all on their own. And it's going to be easy for you to sell these because years down the road, when people go, hey, where do I start with Transformers? It's book 1. Just grab book 1 off the shelf over there, and you're good. And he said that he learned this, especially with Walking Dead and Invincible. And I'm like, manga does the same thing. Marvel doesn't get that. It's like they hide the idea of where to start, right? DC doesn't do that. It's like they bury the idea of they put the volume numbers now on the back. They don't even put them on the spine. No. Do y'all know nothing about comic book collectors? Do you know nothing about those of us who absorb fiction, who read? Do y'all not understand how important the spine is to us? And if it's a series, we want it to be in the same trade dress, with the same numbers, some numbering system, in the same spot, moving along. We don't want it doing this and wonky and all this fucking weird shit. Like John Byrne's Superman run. Love it. Hardcovers. They put out some hardcovers. I wanted them. 4 hardcovers to collect that whole run. I got them. The first volume looks amazing. It's got this nice blue spine. All the rest of them have a red spine. What the fuck? Like I don't even understand why that's hard to understand. Like, why is it such a profound idea for Robert Kirkman to tell me as a retailer, oh, it's going to be simple. Transformers Book 1. That's where people start. And we're going to keep the numbering system. We're going to keep it together, just like we did with Walking Dead, just like they do with manga. Why? That's not a profound fucking thing. That's not profound. That's just reality. But, like, it sounds profound in this world of Marvel and DC and their fucked up collections, and then Marvel don't want to keep anything in print. Why? If a Walking Dead trade paperback, one of the volumes goes out of print, they fucking go back to press. It's simple. It's so simple. Like, it's just ridiculous. Where'd I start with Spider-Man? Bro, I don't know what to tell you. Any one of those volume ones over there, I don't know. I can't tell you. In the last, 10 years, I probably got, 8 or 10 different Spider-Man Volume 1 trade paperbacks to try to sell people, right? Like, what the fuck? Anyway. Let me get off the soapbox. Fable, you're going to lose your shit. Like, you're going to lose it. You're going to be like, I have never shit again in the rest of my life because I've just lost all of my shit. I'm excited for the upcoming Alien movie series. Enough, I guess. If it's good, I'll be more excited. Oh, damn. Mark says, Night Terrors is so bad. Josh Williamson is a nice guy, but for me, he is 0 for 3 on events. He excels on solo characters. That's his sweet spot. Okay. You ain't gotta hold back your punches here, Mark. Josh is a friend of the show. I like the dude, but I've called him out on things I didn't like either, and that's how we roll. I personally do like Night Terrors. Like, I like the main series, and I like some of the tie-ins. This week, maybe not so much. It'll never happen, but I want Transformers #1 to break X-Men #1's record. No, and that's the other thing. Oh my God, Kirkman's like, and we're not going to do a whole bunch of fucking variant covers and shit. We're going to have an A cover, a B cover, and some incentives. And the incentive, the Fable. It's too early right now. It's going to be way too expensive, but I'm going to tell you this. The 1 in 100 variant for Transformers #1, Fable, you want that. You will want that. It's a spoiler variant. You're going to want that, brother. Just saying, you're going to want that. We'll have to look into what it's going for because we're definitely going to get 1 or 2 of those at my shop because we're ordering heavy on Transformers. I mean, Robert Kirkman, Daniel Warren Johnson, they made me a mark, 100%. After that conference call, I was like, so obviously, I'm going to order a shit ton of this book. Because that's also something I think will sell, over time. Sometimes comic shops, they want to sell out. And on a lot of books, you want to sell out. I don't need Monstrous left over on my shelf, right? I can sell the trades to build the readership on Monstrous, right? But with Transformers, it would be nice to have Transformers #1 for at least 6 months. What's up, Thomas? Oh, we're all old people here. Our Ariaga says, I've enjoyed Night Terrors way more than I expected. Steph says, yeah, he hasn't worked his way up to event writing. Spilio says, you don't like Night Terrors? I think you're the only one I think I've heard that didn't like it. I think it's awesome. Going to read a great read from DC in a while. I know some people that aren't really into it. There's some people that have just skipped it. But most of us that are reading it are just check out the monthly review that we did. Most people really seem to be digging it for some reason. Santa Sangri? I've never heard of that one. If Gargoyle's not modern size, I'll pass. Well, that's up to you, bro. I think it is, though. What do you mean modern size? You just mean the regular comic book format? You don't want to get a new bag and board or a new box or something? I'm pretty sure it's a regular comic book format. It's gorgeous, though. It needs to be collected in a larger size, though, because the artwork deserves it. John says, it's the image philosophy. Creators should have control and a partnership with publishers who are willing to respect the creative side while still making a profit. Albert says, Williamson did Dark Crisis, Night Terrors, and what else? Those are the only 2 events I can think of that he did. Am I forgetting one? Oh, Infinite Frontier. Infinite Frontier is more like the lead-in to Dark Crisis, which I like Dark Crisis, but it wasn't my favorite Crisis. I don't think it was deserving, actually, in hindsight, of the name Crisis. Yeah, but I like the focus on legacy there. Right now, Williamson is like an architect at DC, and him and Mark Waid got some things going on and building that Night Terrors, the end of Night Terrors, like leads into the next step. I don't know, though. One thing I do like about DC and what Williamson's doing is that at least it seems like they kind of got a plan. You know, it's not like Marvel's just like, what? Well, let's do this event. Let's do this one. Let's kill Miss Marvel. Why? I don't know. Let's just fucking do it. All that stuff feels disconnected. The DC universe feels very cohesive to me right now. And I know that Mark and Josh are big reasons why. Big reasons why. But, you know, I'm not hating on anybody that doesn't like it. Robbie, can we get a shout out on the ridiculous work by Lemire and Sorrentino and Stewart on the Bone Orchard Mythos universe? Sorrentino blows me away. And what he did on that awesome Batman Imposter limited series. Yeah. Every time they got a book together, I definitely shout out the ridiculousness of how awesome their work is. 100%. Oh, and we got a super chat here from One with Life, Meditation, Mindfulness, Fulfillment. Greetings from Canada. Thanks for helping me pick great books. Well, thank you so much, Tom. We really do appreciate the super chat. Helps us out a lot. All right, it's been a while for this. Let's do it. Let me tell you about this little man I know. His name is Hellboy. He was sent to the earth some long time ago to save it or destroy. Brought to this earth by Rasputin, son of a demon and a nun who had the sex with the demon, but was raised by Professor Broom. Now he fights evil and monsters. Shit. Now he fights with a man who's a fish named Abe. Now he fights with a fire starter named Liz and an ectoplasmic mess named Johan. PPRD. Wow. Bum, bum. Thank you so much. One with Life, Meditation, Mindfulness, Fulfillment. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Ouroboros says, John Byrne's Superman should be an Omni. DC collected departments are not well. They're better than Marvel, in my opinion. And I get what you're saying. It was initially supposed to be omnibuses, 2 omnibuses, but they split it up into 4 deluxe hardcovers, which I actually prefer because they're actually easier to read. And I have actually stopped buying any omnibuses, and I've actually sold some of my omnibuses just because when I try to read them, it's just they're just too heavy. DC put tables of contents on their omnis, but then doesn't number any pages. That's pretty fucking obnoxious. Let's see here. When will the Predator versus Wolverine comic be released? Very soon. Very soon. Next month, I think. Walking Dead isn't written by 20 different writers, though. It's much easier for them to label it. Honestly, I wish that some of the older Marvel books were easier to find where certain creators start. That's kind of a good point. That's why I think that, runs are a good thing. Like, for instance, one of the things that I say why DC is better with their collected editions is, for instance, Scott Snyder, Greg Capullo on Batman. Those stay in print in a myriad of formats. I can get somebody on that. I know where to start people on Batman. You want to start Batman? Batman Year One. Just read that, right? You don't want to start there? You want something more modern? First book of Snyder and Capullo on Batman. Let's do that, right? Oh, you don't want to do that? You want something else? Something different? Something a little bit more stretchy? How about Dark Knight Returns? Tons of great perennial evergreen comics that are shelf-worthy for decades from DC. Very few from Marvel. Very few from Marvel. So few from Marvel compared to DC. DC, we think of things like Batman Year One, Watchmen, V for Vendetta, Sandman, Preacher. Let's take all the Vertigo stuff out of it, okay? Let's do that. Superman, All-Star Superman, Superman for All Seasons, Batman Long Halloween, Batman Dark Victory. These are books that I still sell every fucking week. Batman Hush. I hate Batman Hush. Still sells for us. What's Marvel got? Marvel's Infinity Gauntlet, Secret Wars, but you sell someone Secret Wars and most of them don't want to come back and read comics. What do they got? What do they got? Compared to DC, nothing. And DC's got nothing compared to the success of The Walking Dead in graphic novels, the success of Saga in graphic novels. And even those don't have shit about the success of like Demon Slayer or My Hero Academia or Chainsaw Man right now. I don't know. Just my thoughts. And you know what? 5 years of Spider-Man doesn't have to be written by 20 different writers. It doesn't have to be done by 20 different artists. It doesn't. Pay people well. Let them have a stake in the book sales. Let them get some royalties. I don't know. It's just my idea. See some back and forth about night terrors out there. All right, we're about to take a quick break, but let me get through some of these last things here. Didn't Fulci's City of the Living Dead have a different name in the U.S.? No, this was the name of it in the U.S. The name over there was Gates of Hell, right? Or do I got that backward? Yeah, I think it's Gates of Hell there, City of the Living Dead here, I think. Age of Apocalypse, is that a perennial book? Let's be honest. If you don't have nostalgia for the Age of Apocalypse, it is not going to turn anybody into a comic fan. Let's be honest. I love the Age of Apocalypse. That stuff is not good. Let's be honest, y'all. Like we can love what we love, but we got to be honest about it. Well, they call them deluxe hardcovers, Ouroboros. So I guess that what makes it deluxe? They put deluxe on the spine? Hey, what's up, Jay? Doing good, bruh. Batman Hush has always been overrated, but it's known. That's true. Marvel's Epic collections offer solid starting points. Yeah, they do, except for the fact that they don't really put them in order, and they don't keep them in print. And they're also really priced out. Epic collections now are between $45 to $50 each for a fucking softcover. Most of my customers, they don't want that. Now, there are people that collect them. I got all my Fantastic Four ones, that for the Kirby stuff, right? That way I can have it in a collected version in color. They got their Masterworks line. They got that stuff. That's not for new readers, though. That's why I really liked it. I like the Mighty Marvel Masterworks. They're like the digest size ones. But even then, they shrunk the size by half and kept the price the same. But I've been collecting those. So I get what you're saying. The Epic collections are fine. They could stand to not be colored so gaudily, but they're not going to put much more effort into it. Penguin's actually been doing some really good hardcover and softcover versions of classic Marvel stuff that They're kind of expensive too, but that's not for new readers. That's for people like us, right? I'll buy that epic collection of Ghost Rider Volume 8 for fucking $50, you know, but like they don't put them in order. It doesn't seem like there's a good strategy there. It seems like it's just kind of like playing on the aftermarket. I don't know. It's just I don't know. Marvel seems like they would rather rush their subservice than sell trades. Steph agrees. Marvels. Dark Phoenix, that's one. Inferno, Mutant Massacre. Here's the thing, though, bro. Here's the problem, William. Here's the problem, William. As a retailer, I would love to always have X-Men Inferno in stock. Guess what? I can't. Marvel doesn't keep it in print. Korvac Saga, I'd like to have that and the Kree Skrull War in print at all times. Doesn't happen. Dark Phoenix Saga recently just went out of print. I'm sure they'll bring it back, and that's cool. But that's what I'm saying. Like, Mutant Massacre, like, sorry, it's not in print. I can't sell that. I can't give... You know, they did the X-Men Milestones trade paperback collection for a while where it was all the X-Men events. Even, like, shit like Zero Tolerance and Onslaught and Messiah War and shit like that. They sold well for us. Until Marvel was like, nope, no more. We're not doing them. They're done. I don't know. Yeah, Frank Miller's Daredevil run. Okay, that's perennial, 100%. Here's the problem. I can keep Born Again in stock. Right now, I can't get Man Without Fear, and I cannot get his and Klaus's fucking run. It's not available in a collected form right now, easily accessible for retailers to stock their shelves with. It's just not there. Why? Why? It's a legendary run. It's one of Marvel's best runs of all time. Why? Why can I not keep that in my store? Why? I don't know. It's bullshit is what it is. Grant Morrison's Doom Patrol run, though, guess what? I can always keep that in stock at my store. Grant Morrison's Animal Man, I can always keep at my store. Garth Ennis on Preacher with Steve Dillon, I can always keep that in my store. Sandman by Neil Gaiman, I can keep that in my store. Watchmen, I can keep in my store. All-Star Superman, I can keep in my store. Batman, Long Halloween, Year One, Dark Knight Returns, all these things. The ones that we would say could be perennial books from Marvel, they don't allow to be perennial. They don't keep them in stock. They don't keep them in print. That's ridiculous. Disagree about what? Age of Apocalypse? Hey, I love Age of Apocalypse, bro. I love the Age of Apocalypse. But me personally, I would not give that to a new reader and be like, this will get you into comics. Demon in a Bottle. Can't keep it in stock. Age of Apocalypse had great artwork and nice different versions of the X-Men. Try reading it again, though, 62. I don't want to shit on anybody's opinions. Just try reading it again. That's all. Just try. Civil War is a good one. Civil War is a good one, John. Follow the Mutants, not so much, because those are all kind of like in and of themselves. By the way, can't keep Follow the Mutants. They don't keep it in print. Civil War, they keep in print. They're smart about that one. Secret Invasion. I don't even think... Yeah, Secret Invasion, I guess, is in print now. House of X, I can't keep in. It's like, they just don't. Yeah, Simonson's Thor is a great one, too. That's a really good one. They're doing better at keeping that one in print. Demon in a Bottle, though? No, gone. Do y'all understand a little bit more about my frustrations now with Marvel in particular? Tom King's Vision series is great. I like it. Can't get Man Without Fear. That makes no sense. How do you not have the definitive origin of the character in print? Exactly. Born Again is the one perennial DD book that I can keep in stock right now. And it's not because I'm like some seedy comic shop with like one tiny distributor. I got Penguin, I got Simon and Schuster, I got Ingram, I got fucking Lunar, I got Diamond. I got all that shit. It's not there. You know, for a while I couldn't keep Demon Slayer in stock because it would go out of print, but then they fixed that. You know, I've never had a problem keeping in stock at my shop. East of West, Walking Dead, Black Science, Planet Hulk, World War Hulk. Those. Okay, you're right about that one. Armor Wars, they don't keep in print. Elektra Assassin goes in and out, but right now I think it's in. Electro Assassin's a great one. Planet Hulk's a great one. World War Hulk's a great one too. What books sell the most frequently regardless of price in your shop? The shit that sells the most at my shop every single week, like mostly, it's a lot of Batman. Batman shit sells really well for us. I sell multiple copies of Year One and Dark Knight Returns every week. I sell Watchmen every week. Preacher sells well for us. One of our best-selling titles is actually Mouse. Now, this isn't going to be typical of everybody's experience at their shops, but like I have very much success selling Benjamin Marra books, but that's because I push the shit out. Like when I know that someone's down, I go, hey man, check out this book called Night Business. And I get people into things like that. Daniel Clowes sells really, really well for us. Anything by Alan Moore. The Neil Gaiman stuff, Sandman, we're selling all the time. Yep. As far as like individual comics though, I think it's like most shops, our number one sellers are Batman and Amazing Spider-Man. Is Marvel just trying to drive business to their digital app? Is that the long run plan of the suits? Maybe. If that's their plan, Damien, they should fucking let it be known and advertise it. You know, I would even say Maximum Carnage. I would even say Maximum Carnage could be a perennial, but they don't keep that one in print either. Do you think it's an artificial scarcity scheme to raise prices on the next release? No. I think they'd actually have to like have a plan to do something like that. Cardstock variant. Yo, what's up, bro? I've missed Rockin Robbie Live more than I ever would have expected to. Welcome back. Well, thank you. Is Spider-Man Rain in stock? No, but it needs to be because they're doing a sequel. All right, we're taking a quick break. We've gone almost an hour and a half without a break. When we come back, a shot of tequila for that super chat that we got. When we come back, DC sneak peek. We're definitely going to be doing that. We're just fucking chilling tonight, y'all. Have fun. We'll be right back, y'all.
Welcome to Pop Culture Philosophers. I'm Rockin Robbie Live!
Hey everybody, welcome back to Rockin Robbie Live here on a Sunday night on Pop Culture Philosophers. I am your host, Rockin Robbie Billups. We've been talking about comics, movies, pop culture, and a whole lot more. A lot of bitching about Marvel's trade paperback department, collections department on my side, and me trying to tell people that as much as I love Age of Apocalypse, we all got to be a little bit honest with ourselves sometimes. I just want to say. Anyway, we're about to do a shot of tequila because we had a super chat. And I didn't do a shot for it, so we're going to do that. Sang the Hellboy song, but we didn't do a shot of Cuervo Silver. Everybody, find us on Facebook. Find us on Instagram. Actually, that's more important. Follow me on X at The Rockin Robbie. You can find podcasts and more at popculturephilosophers.com. Join the PCP Army, the official Pop Culture Philosophers Facebook group. Save 10% at Dynamic Forces with code Robbie. Save 10% at BlackBox Comics with code PCP10. Yeah, all that stuff and more. All those links in the description below. We got merch. Check it out. We got a limited edition HorrorFest 2023 t-shirt coming. You can also support the channel at patreon.com/PCP, like these fine PCP patrons right there, which I need to update that list, actually. Yeah, I need to update that list. But speaking of HorrorFest, we got a great HorrorFest this year. 31 shows across 3 channels covering over 50 movies. It all kicks off on Dylan's Horror Show August 26th with Maniac. Followed up that following Monday with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise. All 9 films reviewed here on PCP Movie Night. And then on Thursday, following that show, Don't Breathe on Blood, Splatter, Chatter. Get ready for HorrorFest. What a great lineup for Horror Fest, right? Twitch says, has anyone seen Don't Breathe 2? Did they ever address what he did in the first, or we just expected to root for the rapist? I've never seen either of those films, so spoilers. What? Here's the shot. Everybody, 200,000 views on the Cyborg movie review, a super chat, and just y'all being here. You're worth it. Delicious. All right. Let's go back up in the chat for a second. See what people were saying. Now, John, I love that you're into it. I have no idea what the difference between shonen, shouju, and seinen. I have no idea what the difference between those mangas is. I just know this. I'm the old head at work, and all the employees, all the customers, they love all this new stuff. I've tried it. I couldn't get into Demon Slayer, couldn't get into My Hero, couldn't get into some things. For me, I'm like, no, it's about Akira. It's about Lone Wolf and Cub. It's about Blade of the Immortal. It's about Fist of the North Star. Those are the ones that I really, really love. Junji Ito, though, I really, really like. And he sells very well for us. We sell a lot of Ito's books. What else? There's this one I've been wanting to get into. I have all 3 volumes of the big hardcovers. The Drifting Classroom. That's supposed to be good. I can't remember the name of that dude. And then I'm trying to get into, I got this one called Cutie Honey that I'm really excited to get into. I just gotta carve the time out to do it, to read them. So yeah. So super chats make you drink. Yeah. Yeah. Make me sing too, bruh. Robbie, can we get your thoughts on the alien news? Cardstock, you know my thoughts on this. I am excited, but at the same time disappointed. We're finally getting what feels to be disclosure more fully with the active involvement of the government, but it seems like nobody cares. It's like everybody's like, I don't care. I still got to pay rent next week. So like, are the aliens going to help me pay rent? So there's that. It's kind of disappointing. At the same time, as I said, disclosure with involvement from the government, which makes me not fucking trust it. So I don't really know what to think about it. But it is interesting that they're sharing some stuff. We should do a Teen Dog Shades night soon. Talk about a lot of this stuff. What the fuck? You just went on break? I know, bruh. Who am I to have to take a whiz after an hour and a half fucking streaming? I could just end the show. What gets y'all excited about the more expensive variants and foils? Andrew, I love foil covers. It's just something that's like still in me from being the 90s kid, reading these comics. I love foil covers. For an extra $1 or $2, like I'm cool with it. Like if I want to collect the foil, I'll get the foil. I think it's badass. As far as more expensive variants, like they don't usually get me excited, but what will get me excited for variants are certain artists on certain books. For instance, Jim Rugg's incentive covers for Red Room are something I have been collecting, but I fucking don't have the Turtles one, which is the most expensive one. It's like a fucking $100-$200 book now. So I'll never get that one, but I got a nice print of it, actually. A black and white and a color print of it, so that's nice. But that's what it is for me. Like, I love foil. I love the foil covers. I think those are dope. And if it's a book I love and an artist I love doing a variant cover, I'll try to get that. If I can. But I don't try to overspend on comics at all. So I don't buy a lot of variants. Mark says, the Epic collection containing Man Without Fear came out on the 9th of August. Yeah, Marvel's collection department isn't as robust as DC's. That's been true for a long, long time. You're right about that, Mark. But the thing is, like, Man Without Fear, I need that in like a $15 trade paperback to be able to sell somebody who comes in my shop saying, hey, I like Daredevil. Try this. And a lot of these other Marvel perennials we're talking about, like Batman Year One stands on its own. Even something like Batman Hush stands on its own. It doesn't feel like it's plugged into continuity. Dark Phoenix Saga feels like you missed something building up to it, right? Even things like Planet Hulk, World War Hulk, they kind of stand on their own, but at the same time, there's Actually, Planet Hulk stands pretty well on its own. So that was a wrong one. Anyway. $62 Lefty Blue says, I buy Fist of the North Star, Kaiju number 8, Lupin the Third reprints, and Osamu Tezuka's old stuff translated in English. Yeah, that dude's stuff. Is that the guy that did like Apollo Song, Astro Boy, Dotoro, or something like that? Joe says, I love the Void Rivals series. Me too. 3 comes out this week. And I know some shit about 4, which is going to make Fable lose his shit. What's a better story, Age of Apocalypse or Rising Stars? Steph, put me on the fucking spot. Rising Stars is a better story. And I hate to say that. What's up, Jonathan? 62 Lefty Blue says, Link still not as good as Midnight Nation. Midnight Nation is the shit. Love that book. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell still hits. That's a good one. Vampire Hunter D is badass, says Steph and John. I finally gave Rising Stars some respect, 62. So did I. Attack on Titan is that okay? That one sells well for us. We still sell those omnibuses of that. Now we're talking manga. 62 Lefty Blue says Lady Death number 1 is the first and original foil cover. Everything else is a pale comparison. No pun intended, I'm sure. Now, Dark Phoenix is a few issues, and then they pad it. Yeah, Days of Future Past is just 2 issues. They pad that trade, too. Steph says, yo, Legendary Knight. Both 62 and Robbie gave some respect to Rising Stars. In comparison to Age of Apocalypse, bruh. Come on. Age of Apocalypse had a better ending. Came out more on time. But let me ask you a question, Steph. What's better? Age of Apocalypse, Rising Stars, or Planetary? Fable says the manga I read is Berserk. I got the first hardcover over there, but I haven't read it yet. Joe says, I just want to read the Akira series to see how different it is. It's very similar to the movie, but the movie is like just the first part of the story. There's so much more. Like, I don't even think they had finished the manga when they were making the movie. I love the movie, but the manga is the shit. We did a Comics Revisited on the manga, and we should have done a movie review of the movie. But we didn't. Robbie, you got to read a manga called Climber and Homunculus. Okay, I'll check it out. Eventually, maybe. Planetary all day. That's what I'm saying. I want more Planetary, less Age of Apocalypse, and definitely less Rising Stars, my man. Fuck Rising Stars. And it's not even the lateness, right? Because I said Planetary because Planetary was notoriously late. We had to wait a year between the penultimate issue and the final issue. But like, goddamn. Rising Stars is some bullshit, bro. I love fucking with stuff about Rising Stars. Ed Piscor is damn near an something scholar. There's a heart button there that is making me not see what that is. So I have to wait till somebody makes another comment. Why is that there? Can I remove it? Nope. Oh, it's so I can heart. Oh, I can react in live time to the newest comment. Is damn near an Akira scholar. That's what you're saying. All right, thank you. Have you heard the Melly Mel diss track toward Eminem? It's not good. I don't even know who the fuck Melly Mel is, bro. What I know who Eminem is. I have no idea. Yeah, Ed Piscor's, their coverage over there at Cartoonist Kayfabe of Akira is legendary and fucking awesome. I love Akira. They had Frank Quitely on one of those. The one Jeff Darrow on one too? Yeah. All right, believe it or not, DC has books out this week. I read them. I'm going to let you know what I think about it in our DC sneak peek. All right, first book we're going to cover, Batman White Knight Presents Generation Joker, issue number 4. The Joker must not be brought back to life under any circumstances. Great issue. I love everything that Sean Murphy and company have been building with the White Knight verse, the Murphy verse, the White Knight universe, whatever you want to call it. I love it. When this whole thing first started, if you remember, the solicitations were like the Joker Harley love story you've always wanted. I'm like, not me. No, totally me. I love it. In this one, the two kids of the Joker and Harley, they're out loose with their AI daddy, right? And they're trying to figure out what's going on there. Mirka and Dolfo on the artwork, Clay McCormack and Katana Collins, friend of the show, on the writing. Absolutely love this book. This is a really great issue, really solid. If you're liking what they're doing with the White Knight universe, no reason you're not going to like this one. Really cool stuff, and it really sets the story, it sets the story off into an interesting direction that I really liked. Tales of the Titans, Raven. So Tales of the Titan number 2. The first one is about Starfire. This one's about Raven. Then there's a Beast Boy one. And is it a Donna Troy one maybe? I don't know. They're all done by a different writer, different artist, just one and done, self-contained stories focusing in on one character, kind of revisiting their origin and telling a modern day story set in modern continuity. This one's obviously on Raven. Starfire one didn't really super win me over, but I did enjoy this one, which was odd because it's written by Teenie Howard, and I'm not usually the biggest fan of her work, but I did like it here. I liked the spotlight here. Titans is one of those embarrassing holes in my comic fandom. Like, I've never read the George Perez, Marv Wolfman, new Teen Titans stuff, and I plan on doing it soon because I got a friend, and she's a huge Titans fan, and she's never read that either, so I'm planning like a read-through with her, so I should be reading more of that. But I thought that book was all right. Hawk Girl number 2. I got some flack for actually liking the first issue, but I guess I'll get flack for also kind of liking the second issue. The art is clunky, it's busy, it doesn't really work, it's not sleek, it's not dynamic, could be better. Story could be better too, but there are certain things about this story that I really like. In fact, in this issue, they take Kendra to a club, out dancing. Just the conversations these characters are having about their life, about love, about identity, about representation, not representation, but the way it represents these kind of conversations that I have on the daily with the people that I love in my life, that kind of hits me a little bit. So I like it. It's not necessarily a good comic, but I like it. So that's a weird conflict for me. Conflict. That's how I'm going to start saying that now. All right, let's get into some Night Terror stuff. Night Terror's Punchline, issue number 2. This one's a bit on the nose. Punchline's nightmare is internet trolls. Like, I know that we all deal with certain things in our lives. I know that we all have struggles. I know that we all have trauma. But I'm different than some people. I have learned that I can turn my computer off. I have learned that I can silence my phone. I have learned not to comment on comments that piss me off, irk me, or trying to get a response out of me. Like, I just don't do it. So elements of this story didn't work for me because I thought it was a little bit on the nose, and it's just something I can't connect to. Maybe it's just my age. I'm 42. You know, younger people, maybe it's a different world. I grew up in a world without social media. So to me, social media is just a tool I can turn on and off. And for the most part, I leave it off. And I only really use it to, like, share my awesome times and fun times and cool stuff that we're doing. But anyway, art's great in this book. Just going to say that. Night Terror's Catwoman. Hated it. I did not like this one at all. I like Leah. Is it Leela Leese? I like their artwork. I just don't. It's there's elements here that are working for me, but it's very like busy and really kind of overwrought at times, and it's just not exciting to look at visually with the coloring or the layouts, and it's just so clunky, and it just doesn't work for me. And the story just was kind of dumb to me. So the Catwoman Night Terrors I didn't really like. Makes me nervous. As much high praise as I was heaping on the Batman Catwoman Gotham game part alpha, whatever the fuck it's called, and then the first issue of Batman, that's the second part of that story. As much as I love those, it makes me nervous about the Catwoman book. Night Terrors, Nightwing, issue number 2. Hated it. Didn't like the artwork. Didn't like the story. There were some elements here about Nightwing's nightmare, and it's tied into the circus, and maybe Bruce's. I don't know. It just didn't work for me. It was okay. Some of these books didn't get the memo that this is supposed to be a horror comic. And the best Night Terrors tie-ins artistically get the memo that it's a horror comic. And even if they don't quite get the memo to make a horror comic visually, at least Punchline has some really good artwork. Night Terrors Wonder Woman. I liked this one. This is issue number 2. These are all the final issues of these series. We got like 1 or 2 more weeks of Night Terrors, and then we're home free, y'all. We're home free until Beast World. Night Terrors Wonder Woman is pretty solid. Sophie Campbell is the writer. I really like her work. She was an artist on Jim and the Holograms back in the day with Kelly Thompson writing, and she's been writing TMNT. I don't know if that's been good. I think she's the one that helped introduce Jenica. But I like this Wonder Woman run. The artwork by Juan Ferreira is absolutely fucking awesome. Juan Ferreira can do anything, and I will love it. So I love the artwork in this book, and I like the story too. Once again, just Diana facing her own fears, and in this one, her fear is herself. So I actually like that. Then we got Night Terrors Superman, issue number 2, from Josh Williamson. It's mostly focused on Supergirl, but I like the take on it, right? Artwork's decent. It's not super horrific, but this one's written by Josh Williamson, who is writing Superman, who is writing Night Terrors, and there's this whole bit where Aquaman and all of the other Atlanteans, they're not falling asleep. So there's some nice Aqua action in here that I do appreciate. I like how Supergirl and Superman, they kind of like team up within their dreams on this one. So it's cool. Not a big exploration on Superman's nightmares, but more focused in on Kara and her journey and her story and her trauma. And I really did appreciate that. All right. Then we got Batman Superman World's Finest, issue number 18. 18 issues of a great book that feels classic in Silver Age, but also feels very modern and hip. And on the latest weekly comic book review, I was like, Mark Waid can make these characters feel hip. And somebody's like, every time somebody describes something as hip, I just think that they're old. Yeah, bruh, I'm old. This is hip. This is cool. All the kids love it. Anyway, this one doesn't have Dan Mora artwork, but it is Travis Moore. The artwork's pretty solid. It's good. It's decent enough. But what we're doing here is we're going back even further in time, because World's Finest has been typically like set in the past. This is retelling the first meeting between Batman and Superman. All right, that's cool. But I've read so many of those, and this is not the best one at all. So it kind of like left me feeling a little flat, but at the same time, it was decent enough. But best first meeting between Batman and Superman retelling. Batman, Superman, World's Finest, the animated movie, which was like 3 episodes of the Superman Warner Brothers animated series on the WB. That's the fucking shit. That's to me the definitive meaning of Batman and Superman for the first time. This one's got some cool bits. It's okay, but it's actually kind of a step down compared to other issues of World's Finest. And then we've got The Vigil, issue number 4, from our homie and our friend, Ram V. I love this book. I love this book so much. He describes it as a spiritual successor to Planetary, and you really get that vibe here. It feels Ellisian, right? It feels like a Warren Ellis comic. It's a single, one-and-done, self-contained story that builds part of a larger narrative. Well, he only has 6 issues of The Vigil, so we have to move some of those subplots forward a little bit quicker, And the big reveal here at the end, fucking awesome. Great. If you've been reading The Vigil, it's really going to start paying off for you here at the end of issue 4, because my jaw dropped a little bit, and I even knew a lot of what was coming. So, to recap, Batman White Knight presents Generation Joker. Loved it. Tales of the Titans. Raven. Really liked it. Hawkgirl. Not good, but I liked it. Night Terror's Punchline. It's not really good, but the artwork was really good. Night Terror's Catwoman was not good at all. Night Terror's Nightwing was not good at all. Night Terror's Wonder Woman was pretty solid. I really liked it, especially the Juan Ferreira artwork. Best artwork in a DC book this week. Night Terror's Superman. Really cool stuff explored with Kara. I really like that. Batman Superman World's Finest, retelling yet again the first meeting of Batman and Superman, and it's been done several times better. And then The Vigil, issue number 4, probably the best DC book I read this week. Loved it. Love Rom V. Love the scope of this story, the scale of it, and the characterizations of it. So that has been your DC Sneak Peek. All right, let's take a look at the chat. Oh, Melly Mel's from Grandmaster Flash and Furious 5. Okay, yeah, I didn't know that. Did not know that. I don't know any of the Furious 5's names. In fact, I thought the Furious 5 were Tyrese, Vin Diesel, Paul Walker. No, that's dope. So he did a diss track on Eminem. Why? I thought that was some new rapper, to be honest with y'all. Just lost all my cred. Mel's diss track was like Miller's Wolverine cover from the last week. We were talking about this yesterday at work. We were looking at all the Miller covers that he's been doing for Marvel and the ones coming up. Some really good ones. I love the Silver Surfer one coming up. I think that looks great. I love the Blade one. I love the Moon Knight one. And Mike was like no, like, you know, I don't know why people don't like Frank Miller. I was like, people have been hating on Frank Miller since the fucking 80s, especially since in my lifetime since Sin City, right? Like, people are like, oh, I just don't like that art. And there's some people that just don't like that. They want Jim Lee. They want the House style. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You want Neil Adams, Ivan Reis, that's cool. They're great artists. I don't want all my comics to look like that. I like things that look a little bit different. That being said, as much as I love Miller, and dude, his Daredevil cover coming up is dope as fuck to me. I love that Blade cover. Love the Moon Knight cover. That Wolverine cover. Whew. It's rough, bro. I didn't like it. But what I'm thinking is, how much did they pay him? And go Frank. Go fucking Frank. Because I bet that did not take Frank much time at all. Now, one thing I really do like about that cover is if you look at the claws, he's just doing triangles. But it's conveying the information of that rounded, like, claw coming at you. But he's just doing a triangle. And I love that. What I love about Frank Miller is that still to date, he has so much structural integrity in his figures, right? It's all there. But then he goes through like a process of elimination and super simplifies the line work and everything else about it. And I love that aspect of him. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it don't. It did not work for me on that Wolverine cover. I didn't get it. Silly Gen Xer. Yeah, Juan is the man. Aqua action. Yeah, you got to wait for the proper video for the smell of the week. It's not usually DC. But let's take a look. Let's take a sniff. The Vigil. That smells really good, actually. The Vigil smells good. World's Finest. It's okay. It's okay. Night Terror's Superman. Nope. Night Terror's Wonder Woman. Nope. Night Terror's Nightwing. Nope. All the Night Terrors smell the same, and it's not good. Night Terror's Catwoman. Nope. Night Terror's punchline. Nope. Hawk Girl. Nope. Smells like Night Terrors. Tales of the Titans. Nope. Smells the same. Batman White Knight. It's weird. That one's weird. That one smells different than all the rest, but weird. The Vigil is the DC smell of the week. That book smells good. That's a good smell. Some good sniffing there, y'all. Penguin Zero coming out too. Yeah, Penguin Zero, though, I didn't cover it because it's just a reprint of the backup stories from the Chip Zdarsky stuff when he first started. One is where we get original content. Penguin Zero comes out this week. It's just a reprint of those Penguin backup stories from Chip Zdarsky. Yeah, the Surfer one is good. I don't know if I've seen his Hulk one. Well, that didn't pull it up. Oh, yes, I have seen that one. Yeah, I like that Hulk cover a lot, actually. Silver Surfer and Hulk's good. The Daredevil one I like, and Captain America looks decent, too. Andrew says, I absolutely love Frank Miller. That cover is hard to stomach. It's pretty bad. There's something about it, though, I find enticing. It's mostly the claws, the way he shows the claws. Ouroboros says, I like the Dark Knight Strikes Back besides the Robin Joker bit. Okay, I can dig that. We were talking about that yesterday when we were having our Frank Miller discussion. One of the best things about working at the comic shop is being able to have these discussions. In the midst of a bunch of ordering and shit that I'm doing, we just stop and have a Frank Miller discussion for a while. It's good. Frank Miller stays in his box too much. I disagree. I think Frank Miller, if he could have stayed in his box and just kept doing what he was doing back in the Daredevil days, but to me, he's been pushing himself. I still think he's pushing himself. Even when he's not the most healthy right now. Like, I've met him in person, and it's got to be very difficult for him to draw. But then if you go and grab the last issue of Ronin Book 2, where they show his layouts in the back, fuck, so good. I like Jansen with Miller. Me too. That's why when I met Miller and Jansen, I both had them sign 181, because I love the two of them together. See, I don't think Scotty and Momoko stay in the same zone either. Like, you can look at all the Scotty Young stuff that's all like the kid stuff, but then there's other Scotty Young work that you can look at that he does that's not the Young Marvel stuff. Way different. Still Scotty, still cool, loving it. He's becoming more of a writer, though. Peach Momoko, though, that girl's got a lot of style and a lot of different things that she can do, and she does it. Sometimes she does very simple things, probably just for a fucking paycheck from Marvel. I don't blame her. But sometimes she adds in so much richness in her composition. Ugh. And she's coloring it. Jesus. Even Frank Miller hopes he doesn't make another Spirit movie, bro. That movie was terrible. Oh, Sinner says Frank Miller's past his prime. Okay. Andrew said, I just got his signature at San Diego Comic-Con, and I have so much compassion for Frank Miller, and I'm impressed that he's still going. Me too. They did Sin City too. I never watched it. I love the first Sin City. Frank Miller wrote the screenplays for RoboCop 2 and 3. Yeah, but those weren't the problems. I feel bad that RoboCop 3 ended Fred Decker's career because he did Monster Squad, Night of the Creeps, Monster Squad. He's on a roll. RoboCop 3. Fred Decker. Career over. Career over. If you've seen The Spirit, then you've seen Sin City 2. I'll tell you one thing I do love about that Spirit movie. There's one moment that I fucking love about that movie. It's when Samuel L. Jackson, as the octopus or whatever, right? That's his name. He goes, I'm Mr. Octopus or whatever. I got 8 of everything. He pulls out like I fucking loved it. Sin City was like almost 8 years too late. I think 62. They should have done that like almost immediately after the success of the first one. There you go. 10 years. There you go. We're on the same page, 62. Yeah, we are. So when is Scotty going to give us a killer cover? I don't know. Check out Twig. You ever seen that one? I know it's not a Marvel book, but maybe you've heard of it. It's called Twig. Check out some of his covers for that. They're pretty good. As far as Momoko, she's not even a comic artist. I don't even know how she ended up doing covers for comics. She's not a comic artist? Have you heard of Demon Days? Because it's actually pretty fucking dope. But to each their own. Do you like realistic covers or inside artwork as covers? I do miss the days where the cover reflected something from the interior. Like, I do miss those days. I don't miss the days of, like, too much text on a cover, though. I like letting the art speak for itself. What I like as a cover, as a fan and as a retailer, is something striking that pops out from everything else on that shelf. Frank Miller knows how to do that. Momoko knows how to do that. Young, he's all right. But Momoko and I'm not the hugest Momoko fan. I prefer her horror work. If you look at her stuff before all the Marvel stuff, just look up Peach Momoko's horror stuff. It's fucking dope as shit, right? I have so much respect for Peach Momoko. I think she's a brilliant artist. Her covers pop, but it's not just about the image and the line work. And so many people, when we're talking about comic art, they're focused on that. They're like, oh, some people, like most people, what I've learned in mainstream superhero comics, most people want a house style type thing. They want a Jim Lee, a Neil Adams, John Buscema, something like that. Like they want something a little bit more realistic, something they think is anatomical. Fuck, I can't speak. Something they feel is correct visually, though exaggerated, obviously. I like seeing style. So I like seeing an artist's style come through, but much more so than the line work or the anatomy or the proportions or the perspective. What to me really makes a good cover is composition and color. Composition and color to me mean the most when it comes to comic book covers. Yep, I will be at Memphis Comic Expo in September. 100%. Jokos, what is up? Says, I like Momoko, Stoko, and Matina covers. They're all very different styles. James Stoko is so fucking insane. His art is ridiculous. I love his art. He needs to do something on his own that's going to be great. I love that dude's artwork. Oh my goodness. What's up, Dynamite? Stu says, Peach's Darth Vader story is some immortal level art storytelling. I'm amazed by those few pages and constantly think back on them. I don't know how to better complement a book story piece of art. You're right. I forgot about her Vader book or the Vader story she did. Such great. That was issue 1, right? Then issue 2 or 3, one of them had Daniel Warren Johnson. Y'all know me. I don't want to own any Star Wars books, but I had to buy that one with the Daniel Warren Johnson. That shit was so good. Yeah, Stoko's Night Terrors covers. Didn't he do the one for the Robins or whatever? Fuck. Like, I don't really grab... When I do my cover of the week, I base it on what I have in front of me for the most part. And, like, I don't even, like, usually look at the variants, like, until, like, I look at them when I order them, right? But then, like, the next day I was at the shop and I was looking, I was like, God damn, that James Stokoe cover. That should have been the cover of the week right there. DD Black Armor is coming back. Marvel is desperate. No, they're just doing that thing that they do where they're trying to appease certain fans of the old school by having old school creators come in and do either new stories or old stories set in that era. Like David Michelini doing Venom Lethal Protector stuff, like Ron Lim and Ron Mars coming in doing the Silver Surfer Rebirth and the Warlock Rebirth, and they're doing another Silver Surfer Rebirth, which I love those books. I think they're great. They don't all work for me, those like throwbacks. But that's why they do that, because they're like, oh, we're pissing off some of our fans. Let's bring in David Michelini to do a shitty Venom book to remind everybody about how shitty comics from Marvel were back in the days. Oh, yeah, he did the Ravager cover. Hell yeah. How about the Afro Samurai artist doing a Marvel book that brought back Mace Windu? Did that happen? I don't know if I remember that. All right, we're taking a quick break. When we come back, DC in the 90s. And a little bit more conversation here on Rockin Robbie Live.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Welcome to Pop Culture Philosophers. I'm Rockin Robbie Live!
What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to Rockin Robbie Live on Pop Culture Philosophers. I am your host, Rockin Robbie Billups. And we're chilling, talking about comics, movies, pop culture, and a whole lot more here on Rockin Robbie Live. Super excited to be here. Join us on Facebook, but join the Facebook group. That's the most important thing. If you want to interact with us, me and the rest of the excitable PCP crew, we just added some new members. Mark from Geeks Unleashed is a part of the excitable PCP crew. Steph, Missing Link, is part of the excitable PCP crew. Yeah, we got the Bad Batch, we got the Backlog Bros, wherever the hell they are. But to be a part of the crew, excitable we are. Oh, man, that's something else, isn't it? Station, pop, pop, boom, everybody. Happy to be here. We've had some great conversations tonight. We've already done the DC sneak peek. Coming up, we got DC in the 90s. We're going to look at a DC book from 1993 that is really, really awesome. Really awesome. We got a little bit of show and tell, some other little fun tidbits here in the final act of Rockin' Robbie Live. So how is everybody doing? All those links in the descriptions, all that stuff. Just check all that shit out. So no movie reviews this week. None on DHS. None on PCP Movie Night. Verno, I do believe, is doing The Descent this Thursday, though. So everybody check out Verno at Blood Splatter Chatter. I think they're talking about The Descent. But we got a fantastic Horror Fest lineup. Dudes. Dudettes. Duders. It's so freaking awesome what's going to be happening here at Horror Fest. I was struggling. I was like trying to find the button. 31 shows across 3 channels talking about over 50 movies, y'all. This is the biggest and baddest Horror Fest of all time. And it all starts on Dylan's Horror Show, August 26th, Saturday night, with Maniac. And then the following Monday, the entire Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise, all 9 films on PCP Movie Night. And then the following Thursday, Don't Breathe on Blood Splatter Chatter. It's going to be the biggest one. It's the most wonderful time of the year. It is Horror Fest time, y'all. It's already started for me. I've already watched Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1 and 2. Super excited to dive into the rest of that franchise and get ready for the Maniac show and the stuff that I'm going to be doing over at Blood Splatter Chatter. And yes, Stu, Fable, Steph, and Verno will be talking about The Descent this Thursday. So you can still get your horror movie review fix from the PCP extended crew. By the way, Verno's a member of the Excitable PCP crew. Have we done that officially yet? Fuck, we haven't. Fuck, I guess we got to do it. Nobody tell Verno, please. All right. Let's take a look at the chat before we get into the rest of what we're doing here. Oh, yeah, Star Wars Visions. Yes, that book was fucking awesome. I actually have that book. That's another Star Wars book I have in my collection. I have that one, and I got the Daniel Warren Johnson Vader one. Fuck. I guess I do got Star Wars books. Guess I do. Cinder says, Scotty used to be a killer, but now he's just like old Picasso. Fuck. Old Picasso, who's just, he's Picasso. He was the founder of Costco. Did you know that? Did you know that? He just keeps doing a style that got popular. Well, Sinner, I think that I don't know you, Sinner, and I don't know what your reading habits are. Feels to me like you're only familiar with his Marvel work, which is only covers. And all of those covers is a very specific task that he's given, is to draw little Marvel people, right? So I can't help you there. Scotty, I think, though, is a hell of a creator. He's a great writer. Read The Me You Love in the Dark, one of the best books of last year. He's a hell of a creator. He's a hell of a talent. I've seen his art outside of the little Marvel stuff. He still does that, believe it or not. And I think it's great. And also, I've met Scotty Young. And anytime I can look a grown man in the face and gush over his most recent art, and he looks at me completely flabbergasted and drunk with wine all over his shirt, I'm like, that's my people right there, man. Look outside of his Marvel work, Center. See what you think. Same thing with Peach. Hell, even her Marvel work. That Vader story we were talking about. The fucking Demon Days. Like, I fell out of Demon Days, but then I went back and I got to get the Treasury Edition. Which, guess what? Marvel, I can't keep it in fucking print because, once again, that whole thing about Marvel. In fact, when I met Trad Moore this year, we had a really good bitch fest together about how Marvel doesn't keep their good stuff in print. We were talking in particular about Silver Surfer Black and how that Treasury Edition should never go out of print. Silver Surfer Black by Trad Moore and Donny Cates, that's something in that size, in that format, at that price, I could sell every week. What does Marvel care, though? Strange Academy was masterful, Stu. The Me You Love in the Dark. Twig. What's the book he's doing right now? Well, I Hate Fairyland, Volume 2. Love it. Now, Sinner, if Peach did steal your girl or guy or something, I would totally understand your distaste for Momoko. And I agree with Dynamite. Not everything that Peach does works for me, but she's a hell of a talent. And when she is not just like cutting that check, when she's actually like focused on composition, color, composition and color, comic book covers. That's all it takes. You need the 4 C's. Horrorfest is stacked road collecting. 100%. One thing Peach Momoko is definitely not is ass. She is a very sweet person, Dynamite, like you said. Check out her interview with Cartoonist Kayfabe. It's fucking adorable. And once again, look up Peach Momoko's horror work from back in the day. One of my associates, a friend of mine actually, he's been a fan of hers since way before all the Marvel shit. And he's the one that got me into her like earlier work. Just look it up. It's so good. It's so macabre. Fuck. If you like Junji Ito and you haven't seen like her work from back in those days, check it out. Bobby, happy belated, bruh. Everybody wish Bobby De La Ghetto a happy belated birthday. Anyone ever gets James Stokoe and Steve Skroce mixed up? Their art styles are very similar. I don't get them mixed up because Steve Skroce to me is more like Darrow, more like Jeff Darrow, like what Steph just said, the thicker lines. There's detail there, but Skroce, there's something different. There's something more plasticky about his work as compared to James Stokoe. James Stokoe blows me the fuck away. James Stokoe reminds me more of a, well, I almost said Ian Bertram, but his stuff lately has been different. Y'all, I'm telling you, if you take one thing from this stream tonight, buy Batman Gargoyle by Raphael Grandpa. Buy that book when it comes out next month because it's so goddamn good. Yeah, Jeff Shaw did God Country. Drunk Artist is my people too. Hell yeah, GT. Yeah, Middle West is great, Scotty. And the way he works with Jorge Corona is really good. And like I loved Middle West, and that's what I told him when we were both really drunk at Heroes Con in 2019. No, last year, 2021. No, last year was not 2021, Robbie. Last year, 2022. Last year in 2022. I saw Scotty this year at the bar, but I didn't actually talk to him. But that year I went up to him. I was like, hey man, I thought Middle West was going to be your best work of your career. Bruh, the Me You Love in the Dark, that's Scotty's best work. As a writer, obviously, but. Oh yeah, and his Oz stuff was great. Yep, Silver Surfer Black needs to be in a Treasury edition. Tradmore's not happy that it's not. I'll say that. Look up Peach dancing while she draws. Adorable. You ever going to interview Luana? Or Ouroboros? I don't know if I could handle that. I would love to be honest. I would love to. I would love to have a conversation with her about Lovesick in particular. If I had her on this channel, I would be so fucking sweaty. I would just be whatever she said, I would just go, yes, mommy. Like, I would just be like, yes, mommy. Like, what'd you say? Whatever you want. I think I got a thing for her. I don't know if I could do. I can't bring someone I'm actively crushing on. Fuck. I hope she doesn't watch this. I'm pretty sure she only watches it when I review her book. Lovesick's a great book, though. That's good stuff. Anyway, we're gonna move on. Here. Marvel has to pay Miller, Byrne, Simonson, Claremont, and a few others big bucks to them when their books are reprinted. This is why you do not see them on store shelves. Who gives a shit, William? Pay them. They're worth it. Marvel's gonna make the fucking money. Marvel's gonna, like, are they that fucking, like, greedy with the fucking pie? They don't want to, like, share a fucking sliver? And those royalties, they're not that fucking big compared to the whole goddamn pie that they're gonna goddamn make. I'm just saying this, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I don't. I like to think I do, right? I've been reading comics for over 35 years. I'm a fan. I'm a reader. I've been a retailer for over fucking a decade. And I've been doing this YouTube thing for like almost 8 years now. So like, I don't know, man. Yeah, cut Miller a check. Put that shit in print. Do it. Fuck, it's worth it. Exactly, Rogue. When I was talking with Trad, he said, because I was like, what started the whole conversation was like, I'm so pumped for your Doctor Strange Treasury Edition. I'm a retailer. I can't get the Silver Surfer one anymore. I never got a copy for myself. And he was bitching. We were bitching about it. It was great. It's great. I love it when I get to have bitch fest with comic book creators. My favorite has been me and James O'Barr talking about modern comic book art and why it's vastly inferior. But I'm an old man too. So always take everything I say with a grain of salt. No matter what expert level I may claim to be, take everything with a grain of salt, because it's all about my perspective, who I am, my tastes, what I want, and what I expect. And also, I'm an old man who likes to fucking shake my hand at the fucking comic book clouds. Say, it was better back then. But at the same time, telling everybody that we need to rethink Age of Apocalypse. Yeah, Marvel can pay for the talent. If there's a comic book company out there that has the most resources out of every other publisher, it should be Marvel. So why is a $2.99 Spawn comic printed on better paper and cover stock than a $10 Spider-Man comic? I don't know. I remember somebody, I don't remember who it was, on this latest video, the weekly review. They were like, this guy's comparing Spawn to Spider-Man. Yeah, I'm comparing in particular the paper quality. If I pay $10 for a Spider-Man book, I would expect it to be a better quality, like actual artifact than a $3 fucking Spawn comic. But it's not. It's not. All right, y'all. I probably shouldn't do this. Fuck. Actually, I got to remember this. I haven't seen Spillio in the chat in a minute. Spillio and his lovely wife, Brittany. Brittany, if you're watching this now or on the replay, I love you so much. I'm always talking to John. When are me and you going to get a phone call? When do I get to talk to you, Brittany? You know? Is John too jealous? Is he worried about... But they sent me a super chat privately, so we're going to do the whole bit for them. Shot of tequila and the Hellboy song. So John, Brittany, I love y'all so much. Brittany, I need some one-on-one time. Do this. Let me tell you about this little man I know. His name is Hellboy. He was sent to the earth some long time ago to save it or destroy. Brought to this earth by Rasputin, son of a demon and a nun who had a sex with the demon, but was raised by Professor Broom. Now he fights evil and monsters. Shit! Now he fights with a man who's a fish named Abe. Now he fights with a fire starter named Liz and an ectoplasmic mess named Johann. BPRD. Yeah! I fucking love doing the Hellboy song, y'all. All right, time for a shot of tequila. Because Robbie hasn't been bitching enough about Marvel tonight, so let's do this. I've been bitching a little bit about DC. Image doesn't have shareholders with their hands out. Twitch, I know that this is not what you're saying, so don't think that I'm getting what you're saying twisted up into this, but this is making me... I feel a Robbie rant's coming real quick, but I just don't... Who gives a fuck about their shareholders? Do we give a fuck? Do we give a fuck how much money the shareholders are wanting from fucking Marvel? Marvel has the most resources of any comic book publisher. Period. They got the most resources. They can be like, oh, the comic industry is shrinking and this. No. I don't give a shit what you're saying. Image is made of creator-owned books. Those people put those books together themselves. Image distributes them. Okay? Marvel's a fucking publisher, and they are the publisher with the most fucking resources, and they give us shit fucking product, shit quality fucking paper, and there's only like 3 people there making good decisions right now. Fuck Marvel. Station. Gives a shit about their shareholders. You know what would make their shareholders happy? If they sold more comics. You know how you sell more comics? Pay fucking creators. Sorry, I'm hitting the mic. Pay creators what they're worth. Get good creators. Bring them back. Bring them fucking back. We're about to talk about a book that is a fucking expert, like the perfect thing to talk about. Because we're about to talk about a Batman book made by one of my favorite comic book creators of all time. We could do this today, but they don't want to. They'll pay Daniel Warren Johnson for like 8 pages of Darth Vader, but that's the last goddamn Marvel work he'll probably ever do. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Like Fable says, be better, Marvel. Right? And I know this is not what you were saying, Twitch. I know that. I'm not coming at you about this. But I'm just saying, like, who gives a shit? Like, they are the fucking... Do you think they have more resources than Vault Comics or Mad Cave? Why is Mad Cave and Vault making better shit? God damn it, it pisses me off. Warren says if the devil were to cast a net here, he'd get a good haul. Yeah. It's the same thing with Marvel movies. They have Disney. It's Disney. We're losing money on Disney Plus. That's your fucking fault, by the way, for like everybody diving into the streaming shit before they realize we really even understood that whole fucking industry. Whatever. Marvel, the comic book publisher, has the most resources. So many badass creators would love to put their spin and take on a Marvel book. You know what we need more of? We need more of this, Marvel. We need more of this and less just generic, boring bullshit and relaunches and reboots that don't lead to nothing but declining sales. We need this. You know why we need this? This is something I can sell every week at my shop. All I got to do is go, oh, you like Doctor Strange? You like psychedelic artwork? Look at this. The book is sold, and it smells amazing. Oh my God, the smell on this book. This was supposed to be part of my show and tell. This is the Treasury edition for Doctor Strange Fall Sunrise. One of the best comics of the year. Do more of this, Marvel. This is what you need to do. Fuck. Anyway. Hey, Chris is here from Lost in Comics. What is up? Oh, Billy, you haven't missed anything. Just me drinking tequila and rambling about how Marvel sucks. Did I say Grant Morrison about something? What did I say? Sorry. I predict Grant Morrison puts the Marvel Universe in a dream sequence before a reboot. I'll tell you this. We're not going to get Grant back at Marvel. Grant is not a good fit with Marvel. They just don't work at Marvel. Like, I love New X-Men. I love Marvel Boy. I love Fantastic Four 1, 2, 3, 4. Grant never felt comfortable doing Marvel books because Grant wants to tell mythological, spiritual stories about gods. And you get more of that from DC. That's why Grant's DC work is so fucking phenomenal. You're right, Billy. Marvel does kind of suck. But that Punisher book was really good, Billy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trigger you. I'm sorry. I'm a little buzzed at this point. I don't give a fuck. Marvel's not giving us the finger. They're just like, they don't care. That's the thing. Marvel and DC, they don't give a shit about making good comics. They're not a comic book company, y'all. We got to learn this. You know, I told everybody earlier, we all need to rethink Age of Apocalypse. We can all love Age of Apocalypse. I love Age of Apocalypse Station. I love it. Pop, pop, boom. I love AOA. I love Age of Apocalypse. I fucking love Age of Apocalypse. Shit's not good. Marvel and DC, they do not care about making good comics. They are not in the comic making business. They are there to cheaply exploit ideas out of creators for IP. That's what they're there to do. And Marvel's been doing that for fucking decades. Okay? I think we would have a healthier comic book industry if more of us would come to terms with that and realize that Marvel and DC don't give a shit about comic books. They care about cultivating intellectual property for exploitation. They do not care about making innovative, groundbreaking, good comics. Every fucking once in a while, even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while. Every once in a while, something will pop up for Marvel. DC, there are people that work there that seem to care. Same thing at Marvel. There are people that care. But as a company, neither of them give a shit about making good comics. They don't care about that. They don't care about that at all. Why, in the history of my time here on YouTube, why do I hear more people talk positively about Image Comics over Marvel or DC? Image Comics are made by the creators. They actually give a shit about making a good comic. Do you remember when I was reviewing Agent of World by Dennis Camp and Vilya Bertukin and Aditya Bidikar? Or no, that was Hassan Osman El Hal. Aditya was on 20th Century Men with Dennis and Stepan Morian, S. Morian. And I would say all the time, this is what it's like when people give a shit about comics. Marvel don't give a shit about comics. DC don't give a shit about comics. And we will be a healthier industry when we realize that and we start supporting people that do give a shit about comics. And let me be honest with you. Aside from Image, I don't think any publisher is strictly about the fucking purpose of comics. I don't. They're all trying to develop IP to exploit in some way and make billions of dollars, hopefully, on TV or some shit like that, right? No, they don't give a shit about comics. They don't give a shit about you. No, not at all. No. You know who cares? The creators. The people that could be making money as illustrators in any other industry, but choose to work in comics. Those people give a fuck. Support their work. Fuck Marvel. Fuck DC. I'm serious as shit, y'all. Like, I know that we're trying to spread positivity here, but this is the best way we spread positivity in this industry. We need to let go of our fucking the hold that Marvel and DC has on us. And we need to put the power back in the creators' hands. We need to support the books that the creators fucking make. Right? Who gives a shit about what Marvel? Another Spider-Man? Like, if they make a good Spider-Man book, I would love it. That would be great. And they do it occasionally. I get that good stuff comes out from these companies. This book is amazing. Tradd Moore made this fucking book, not Marvel. Here's the bullshit. You ready for this? Legally speaking, Tradd Moore isn't the author of this book. Marvel is. Tradd Moore doesn't own this. Now, I know it's not his character. That's fine. I get that. This book is fucking brilliant. Artistically, fucking thematically, philosophically, it's brilliant. This book, books like this, push comics forward. The medium, the art form. When I say I love comics, I'm not saying I love superheroes. I'm not saying that I love Marvel or that I love DC. I do love superheroes. I do love Marvel. I do love DC. That's why because I love them so much, I can say this shit with confidence. They don't give a fuck about us. They don't care about comics. They care about intellectual property. That's what they give a shit about. All Marvel wants to know is, can we milk this for an animated series? Can we milk this for the next Doctor Strange movie? Fuck that. Who gives a shit? Because let's be honest about the movies. Those aren't the best movies of all time. I know everybody likes, in our industry, everybody likes to shit on Martin Scorsese. Now, Martin Scorsese was right. I'm sorry. Martin Scorsese was right. I'm sorry. Avengers Infinity War. I love that movie. That's not cinema. I mean, it is. But I know what he was saying. He was making a distinction between movies and film. Does that make sense to y'all? Anybody pick up on, anybody get that? Does anybody get that? You know, like, here's the thing. It's not just don't give them your money, Warren. It's give your money to the projects that fucking work for you. Stop buying Spider-Man if you don't like it. I don't buy Spider-Man, so I can read it for free and bitch about it every other week, and I'm cool with it. You don't have to buy it. We all have our things. I get it. Fantastic Four, no matter how fucking shit that book gets, I will buy every issue of Fantastic Four. That's a collector thing. But comics are about more than collecting. Comic books, that's an art form, y'all. It's an art form. Sequential storytelling is an art form. And when we just delegate or regulate or just somehow fucking make it into the small box of just people collecting, that's bullshit, man. Like that's not what we need. We need this book. We need this art form to flourish. We need it to grow. We need it to be innovative. People will always make fucking comics. It's one of the oldest art forms we have. We've always been telling story through pictures. Why is it so hot in here? My AC has not gone out once this summer, and now I'm afraid my AC is going out anytime. So now I'm like, am I just heated? Or did my AC just go out? But like, it's hot as fucking here. But I'm rambling. I'm ranting. Let's bring this back down to earth. Marvel, DC, they don't care about comics. We care about comics. It's an art form. It's one of the oldest art forms out there. We need to grow this art form. We need to innovate in this art form. Support fucking dope-ass comics. Stop just buying Spider-Man or Batman or whatever the fuck it is. X-Men, Superman, who gives a shit? Whatever it is. If you don't like it, don't fucking buy it. Just don't fucking buy it. It feels really quiet in here right now. I don't know if y'all, like, I'm not trying to piss anybody off. And I know how we can get when we talk about our fandoms and shit. Trust me, I know. They don't give a shit about you, bruh. They don't. They don't give a shit about comics. It's not just that they don't care about us. They don't care about comics. It's a very low priority at Marvel to make good comics. Their priority is to have people give them ideas that they can exploit. I don't know. What's the answer? I'm going to go check on my AC. We'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break. How about that Horror Fest fucking teaser again? Let's do that. All right, the AC is fine. It's just me. I'm going to take another shot of tequila here. I was going to do DC in the 90s. I don't even know if we're going to do it now. Fuck it, we're still going to do it. So I want to show you what real comics look like from the mainstream. They still make them. And I'm really excited to actually look at some of the comments from my rant. Y'all let me know right now. Those still watching, how many people are here? Right now we got 61 people in the house. Ooh, 64 likes. That's nice. Only one super chat. That's nice. But Spillio and Brittany sent me some love, so we're good. My wife says it's the tequila and the righteousness. Yeah, it is. So I'm going to take another shot, and I'm going to read some of your comments during my rant, because I'm really... Let me know, though. Should I clip out that rant and throw it up on YouTube? Maybe make one of those, like, clickbaity fucking things where I'm like, Marvel and DC hate you. People would watch that, right? Then what would happen is this, though. They would be like, dude, this guy knows what's going on. Subscribe. And then they would fucking watch my videos, and they'd be like, this guy's a shill. Hey, what's up, Drew? How you doing, brah? Good to see you, man. Hey, Jelani and Brooks really need those Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies. I don't know if you put them on yet, but, you know, just... we need them. I don't. But they do. All right. Fuck, tequila. Delicious. I love Marvel too, Indy. I love Marvel too. I will buy Fantastic Four till my dying day. And I hope in the afterlife I get to at least see what they're fucking doing with Fantastic Four. It was the perfect storm tonight, y'all. Haven't streamed Rockin Robbie Live in a few weeks. Drinking tequila. Certain comments in the chat. I've been having these feelings. I've been talking about this shit. Fuck. I'm really curious to see your comments, especially since Chris was in the house. Let's see what's going on. All right, Lost in Comics says, it's crazy because we want to love Marvel and they take us for granted. Marvel says, let's just write some generic garbage, put a crappy stock cover, and they'll still come. It's shrinking, but yep. Oh, Grant Morrison on a Doctor Strange book? How about Grant Morrison on John Constantine? Fuck, I hate that I've been saying Constantine lately instead of Constantine. Pisses me off. What are the 3 best written Marvel runs of the last 10 to 20 years, according to me? I got to think about this. House of X powers of 10. Fucking brilliant. Everything after, shit. All right, so there's that. What else? Well, Doctor Strange Fall Sunrise, I threw that out there. Okay, that's cool. We can throw that in there. What else? Marvel, 20 years. 20 years? Fuck. So we're going back to 2003. That's post Ultimates by Mark Miller, so we can't include that. All right. Moon Knight by Declan Shalvey and Warren Ellis. That's good comics. And this is the thing. I had a comment. Recently, somebody was like, oh, Pick of the Week's another indie book. Robbie loves indies. Yeah, no shit. I wonder why. They care about comics. Moon Knight by Warren Ellis and Declan Shalvey. That is good comics. Okay. That one sprung to my mind pretty quickly. What else we got? What else? Last 20 years of Marvel, y'all. What's the best work from Marvel in the last 20 years? Hulk Grand Design? Fantastic Four Grand Design? X-Men Grand Design? Those are pretty fucking dope. Am I shilling for cartoonist kayfabe? Maybe. Who cares? What else we got? I really got to think about this one. How about next week we do top 5 Marvel comics of the last 20 years? How about Tom King, Gabriel Walta on The Vision. I'm going to think about this, GT. I really am. Next week, top 5 Marvel Comics of the last 20 years from me. I'll think about it. What do y'all think? Marvel makes movies now. The Marvel Zombie is a reality. They started that shit back in the 70s. Stan Lee's whole purpose at Marvel in the 70s was to get movies and TV shows made. It's intellectual property is what it is. Exploitation of creators. They still do it. They care about that money. Here's the thing, though, Bobby. And it's like, I'll argue. I'm like, well, they would make more money if they would do these comics. The amount of money they make in comics is so paltry compared to what they make with licensing and fucking the movies and the cartoons and the TV shows and shit. Like, they don't give a shit about us. They don't give a shit. They don't. It's not even that. It's not that they don't care about us. No corporation cares about you. Like, we need to rethink Age of Apocalypse, and we need to rethink that. No corporation cares about you. But they don't care about comics, which means they don't care about the art form that they're trying to fucking act like they do. Fable says, Marvel has way too many minis that should really be backup stories or part of an anthology book. They also take arcs and give them alpha and omegas, which is messed up. Lost in Comics says, another reason why we need to love and support indie comics. Warren says, on the money, Robbie, big up the indies. Billy's responding to my Punisher trolling. I love that Punisher run, though. Twitch says, Marvel limits their creators too much in the name of continuity. What continuity? I get what you're saying, though, 100%. Warren says, read 2000 AD, though, Galaxy's greatest comic. You know what? In Europe and in Japan, they actually care about comics. They care about the art form. And somehow Japan has been able to figure out comics as an art form and as a petri dish for IP. Somehow Japan has figured it out. Maybe we need to look more closely at Japan with a European artistic sensibility. You know who does that? Frank Miller. Frank fucking Miller. I don't give a shit what you think about that Wolverine cover. I don't like it either. Frank Miller understood that in 1982. Ronin. Read it. Great book. Exactly, Bobby. All I gotta say is that they don't really care about comics. Preach it. Don't give them your money. Preach. Yeah, they don't care about creators at all. Chris, you do a lot of creator interviews. You have a lot of friends who are creators in this industry. Me too. I know it's the same with you. They talk with you before the show. They talk with you after the show. Off the record. And I'm not naming names. But I'm pretty sure it's happened to me. It's happened to you. Creators know Marvel and DC don't give a shit about them. Though DC gives a little bit more of a shit. Martin Scorsese was always right. Fuck yeah, Drew. Thank you, Stu. Stop hate reading. Yeah, fuck it. I will hate read for you. Dynamite says, love it, Robbie. I don't call it ranting. I call it passion. Fable says, it sucks because you know they're capable because they put out a Trad Moore series, a Darren Warren Johnson series, a Peach Momoko series, but it feels like Marvel cashing in on their popularity rather than them working together. 100%. Warren says, everyone bought into the movies and Funko Pops and forgot about the stories. Not just the stories, the comics. We get great stories on TV and in cinema all the fucking time. We get great stories in novels and short stories and magazines all the fucking time. Great stories we get from our fucking next door neighbor who we barely can stand, but he tells us great stories. Comics, though. You know what your neighbor doesn't do? Do you know what Martin Scorsese doesn't do? This. Yeah. Yeah. Y'all know me. I love movies. A big fucking foundational piece of this channel is movies. Comics, though. That's the best. GT says, Scorsese and Kubrick make timeless cinematic artwork. Marvel movies are blockbusters and attendance statistics. It's so hot because you are cooking, brother. Thank you so much, man. What's up, Perry? Good to see you, man. Perry, I'm going to send... We're finalizing out the panels. I know how you operate, Perry. So we're finalizing the panel list for all of HorrorFest, and I'm going to send you what I have room for. Basically, I'm going to be like, do these shows, Perry. And you're going to be like, okay. I love you, Perry. It was cool seeing you last night on DHS, man. Watch those Hatchet films, man. Don't believe everybody else. 3's not the best, man. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. 3's the worst. I was watching DHS last night. I'm like, what are they saying? They all think 3's the best? Is this what I sounded like when I said Exorcist 3 was better than fucking any psychological thriller of the 90s? Ouroboros says, royalties is a good start in my opinion, but maybe employing the writers and artists too. Maybe, but they tried that at times, especially with like cross-gen. It's not just about employment and it's not just about the paycheck, a salary, insurance. It's not just about that. It's about like giving a good page rate. That's what's going to happen. I told y'all that have been watching this fucking show, Rockin Robbie Live. I told y'all 2 years ago, page rates are going down. We're about to get some shit from mainstream comics. Got to pay people what they're worth, man. I want to be paid what I'm worth. Don't you? Don't you? Clip it. Don't worry about the super chat. All the support we need is you being here. Thank you so much. Clip it. Yeah, Marvel's listening. They quote me. Hate is in, but so is love. Stokes is still watching. Stokes is a professional comic book fucking artist. I let go of chasing gigs and approval. I have felt so free working on our own book. Hell yeah. Spawn 69 station. Fuck yeah. Spawn 69 almost sounds like a Manny like fucking burn account, right? Doesn't it? I love that. Spawn 69. Hell yeah. Preach on, Robbie. Dynamite says, still cool with Marvel. Disney, however. GT says, there's your thumbnail. Why does Marvel and DC hate you? Robbie, go with it. Fuck, I should, actually. Let's get another 200K view video. Let's do it. Twitch says, my wife says you will attract the incel comic hater fan and then will be shunned as a non-believer. It probably will happen. Thinking Critical would love it if you put that one up. Steph says, oh God, Thinking Critical. I think Wes is an okay guy. I've never met him or interacted with him in person. I've watched his channel. Wes, in my opinion, because you know my buddy Joe Corallo, part of the Excitable PCP crew. Joe used to do a lot of stuff with Wes. And I talked to him about Wes, and I've never met Wes, and I would love to have Wes on the channel, actually. So if anybody here watches his channel, let him know that I would love to have a conversation. I think, and this is coming from a YouTuber, about another YouTuber, and I don't know Wes, and I don't know his life or anything like that. I feel like Wes has some really profound and on the fucking nose observations about modern day mainstream comics. I think he leans into what's going to get him viewership, and that's fine. I'm cool with that. And I also think, though, that he has blinders on about the rest of comics, right? What Wes is speaking of on Thinking Critical is mostly about DC and Marvel. Mostly DC, to be honest with you. I think he's a bit harsh on DC, but you know what? People think I'm a bit harsh on Marvel. Fucking, you're right. I am. I think Wes has some really profound and interesting things to say and very spot on things to say about this industry, especially when it comes to mainstream. He's got blinders on when it comes to the rest of it, though. Immortal Hulk sucks, Drew. I'm sorry. It's not. It doesn't suck. But it's not that good. It's not that good. Am I biased against Al Ewing because for some reason he blocked me on Twitter? My bad. X? Yeah, sure, maybe. I don't fucking know. Silver Surfer Black is amazing. Donny Cates doesn't remember what he wrote for Marvel Comics? Yeah, he can just write it again then. Somebody else is gone too anyway. Moon Knight, Jeff Lemire. Great run. Jeff Stocco, Francisco Francavilla, Greg Smallwood. Yeah, get good artists and good writers on a book and guess what happens? They make good fucking content. It's wild. It's wild. But you know what you got to do to get the good talent over there? Pay them. Lost in Comics says, you know I'm all about positivity, but speaking truth about the medium that we love and care about, I'm always going to stand by that. Fuck yeah. X-Force by Rick Remender. That's a good book. It is. It is. The Vision. That's a good book. Uncanny X-Force. Yeah. All New Wolverine by Tom Taylor. Okay. I wouldn't put that there as like top tier shit, but okay. I appreciate that. What indie comics have you been reading? Because I feel like indie comics have been a huge letdown to 2023 compared to 2022 and 2020. Swan Songs, and Ice Cream Man, anything by W. Maxwell Prince, anything by Jeff Lemire, the Bone Orchard Mythos stuff, Fish Flies, Kurt, what's his name? Chris Perez. Fuck. You fucked me up, man. When you told me I was saying Kurt Pyre's name wrong, it's not Kurt Pyre's. It's Kurt Perez. Fuck. It's going to fuck me up. Anyway, his stuff is really good. Indy, watch the weekly comic book review. You'll know what I think. Looks like I'm looking into the Matrix from the outside. Fuck yeah, that's good. I don't know what that means, but that's fine. Damien from Sleepy Reader 666 says, indie comics are why American comics are still great. Chris says, it's more about what their priorities actually are. The beauty of comics as a medium, taking care of creators and their fan base are not priorities for them. Money is the one and only thing they care about. Captain America by Brubaker. That's good stuff. That is good stuff. Ronin, you mean Samurai Jack? Ronin was first, Steph. Don't fuck with me. Marvel would need to have 15 studios dedicated to making animated shows to match what Japan is doing with their pipeline. Who gives a shit? Just start. Can we have one? One? I can see some Martin and Tradmore stuff. I can see that too, but there's a lot more complexity in Moore's work, I think. That's just me. But I love Marcos's work as well. Y'all, I feel like we're not going to do the DC in the 90s bit tonight, but we'll save it for next week, and I'm going to really dive into this book. Get y'all ready for next week. Just so you know, what we're going to be talking about for DC in the 90s, not tonight, but next week. I'm sorry, I broke my promise. But this is what we're going to be talking about. Batman Legends of the Dark Knight 54. You have a week to figure out how to get a hold of this book. Mike Mignola, right before Hellboy starts, doing a Batman comic. It's great stuff. We're going to be talking about that. Lost in Comics says, you always get me excited for what's real and important. Comics, sequential art, yes. One is not the worst, Steph. Get the fuck out of here. Talking about Hatchet. What? Fuck you, man. See, the cool thing about Friends is that you can say, like, fuck you to them, and, like, it's fine. But fuck you, Steph. You're wrong. I just have the advantage of being the one on camera with the mic. Hey, I'm just getting into comics, but I can agree. I'm mostly into DC. I've only bought one Marvel comic, but only because it was on sale. Oh, Jesus. Indies are looking great, though. Hell yeah. Everyone should be paid. Fuck yes. Everyone should be paid the value they bring. God damn it. Yeah, Billy, I get what you're saying, because that's exactly why me and Stokes are not, like, somebody was like, who's the publisher of the book you're working on? Nobody. Us. Whatever we decide to call our publishing fucking company for this one book, we don't give a shit. Like, we're not interested in pitching a book to Marvel or DC right now at all, or any other company. We want to do this on our own, and we can. Marcus says, best hair right here, folks. Thank you so much. Just got a fresh cut, Marcus. Look at that. You know how jealous Rex is right now? It's good stuff. Good stuff. Wes is articulate, but he kind of nags. I ain't got time for that. You only got time for that when it's me after a few shots of tequila. Fuck it. Let's do another shot of tequila. Oh, fuck. So next week, DC in the 90s, Legends of the Dark Knight number 54, Mike Mignola doing a Batman story right before Hellboy. It's like literally right before Hellboy starts. Hellboy was in the works when this was made. He probably did this to get, like, I need one good paycheck from DC before I launch off and do my own thing. And look what happened. Mike Mignola, to me, is one of those dudes who gives a shit about comics. His comics don't sell the best, but you know what does sell well? Over time, and at my shop all the fucking time? Hellboy. His name was. Next week, top 5 Marvel comics of the last 20 years, and DC in the 90s. On the money, Robbie, as usual. Thank you so much. BlackBox Comics in the house. Indies rule. I wonder why you feel that way, BlackBox. Fuck yeah. Robbie's dropping a lot of truth tonight. Hey, Ronald, what's up? Indies over everything. I'll let you know this. I was having this conversation with a friend. We'll call him Co-Gerillo. I don't want to name names. But I was having a conversation with this person, and he goes, as much as I bitch about Marvel, if they gave me a gig, the shitty thing is, I take it. Same here, bro. Because we think we can change from the inside, but we can't. We change when we do it on our own. That's why I love Joe Corallo. Here's to Joe Corallo. Delicious. Slightly less delicious. Starting to hit me. I didn't check out Action Bible. There's lots of stories in the Bible that are worth graphic interpretation. In fact, Robert Crumb has a book called The Book of Genesis. I would highly recommend anybody checking out. Lost in Comics is right. Y'all definitely need to be checking out Dream Master by our buddy Jonathan Hedrick. Come on, y'all. That's a great book. BlackBox, reach out to me, man. Send me some stuff. Send me some I don't mean like send me physical stuff from my personal collection. Send me some stuff for giveaways if you want, but like send me PDFs. I want to see some shit coming up. I don't want to get your name wrong. Is this Dimitri we're talking to? You've Been Canceled is dope as fuck, Steph. You are right about that. Steph, we got to get you on the monthly show. Everybody throw out a station if you want to see Steph on the monthly show. Headlopper is a great read. 100%. Ribbon Queen, the first issue was really good. You crack me up with Kurt's name. It sounds like Pierre's. Pierre's, okay. Pierre's. Kurt, Pierre's. Dude, I was fucking up on my last review when I was talking about You've Been Canceled. I love that book, man. Love it. Love the Batman book. Kevin, in a month from now, Raphael Grandpa has a book coming out called Batman Gargoyle. I have read the entire first issue. It is next fucking level Batman artwork. It is so fucking good. I love you too, Steph. I can't wait to meet you in person. I'm going to give you a big fucking smackaroo, bro. You don't even know. I've evolved too since Heroes Con. I kiss on the lips now. You know, Nick keeps teasing me. He's like, somebody from the crew is going to be at Memphis. And I keep going, who the fuck's it going to be? It's not Manny was here. It's not Manny. Is it Herm? Is it Fable? No, I don't think so. I'm looking, I'm thinking. The more and more I'm thinking, I'm like, Steph? Bruh, Steph, me and you in Memphis, we tear it up. If it's not you, it should be. You need to fucking make plans to be in Memphis. Cosmic Detective Ghetto Head is being published, I should say. Because it was a Kickstarter. Matt Kent, Jeff Lemire, and I can't remember the artist's name. I have that book. I kickstarted it. I haven't read it yet, but it looks amazing. But that graphic novel is being published to the public by Image. And it comes out like in a month from now. Fuck yeah. Everybody wants to see you, Steph. Wish we could all be drinking together right now. Chris, we can. Just grab your tequila. You let me know. Oh, fuck yeah, Black Box. I'll do it. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. You don't have to send me stuff. I'll give away stuff if you want me to, but like just send me like PDFs and shit, man. I want to see your stuff. I want to know what's coming up. I love in this whole conversation, it's people like you, bruh. Like I met Dimitri. He's BlackBox Comics. This is a dude who cares about comics. That's the fucking difference. Marvel, DC, they don't care about comics. It's not that they don't care about you. They don't care about comics. No corporation cares about you. Charmin doesn't care if my asshole is fucking free of shit. No, they just care that I fucking buy their fucking product, which I don't, because I buy the Kroger brand of the same product. Anyway, but no, it's people like you, Dimitri, that like we need more people like you. And if we could support these books more, you would have more resources to get better talent. Not better talent, but like, fuck. I feel like I misspoke. If we need to put the resources in comics to the publishers who give a shit about comics. Does that make sense? Mickey Mouse don't care about comics. Sal, this was before Mickey Mouse. Marvel doesn't give a shit about comics anymore. They haven't even before the Disney buyout. Don't give a shit. I don't know I'm in Alabama. I don't know where the fuck what's an Alabama river brawl. I don't fucking know. I don't know if that's something I want to go to. I have not got my Zoop axe wielder yet, but I ordered them from my shop, and I ordered it for myself, and of course Nick's a friend of the show, so. And he watches the show. I love Nick so much. He's a Patreon, actually. He's a patron of PCP, Nick Patera. Mick Patera. Our Ariaga's like, I've been watching the Roadhouse review. Damn, I'm sorry. I missed that live. I was not following PCP back in 2020. That's okay, brother. It's okay. It's not just the writers, Billy. It's the artists. Like, they don't get paid shit. That's why Marvel doesn't have a great pool of talent. I don't know how old you are, Billy, but with the comics you like, I feel like we're near the same age. I don't know. Marvel had better talent in the 80s and the 90s. Early 90s. Why? They spread the wealth around. Whatever. What do I know? One thing I'm trying to learn and know are Oklahoma burgers. All right, so I like YouTube. I watch YouTube channels. One of my favorite YouTube channels is a channel from this dude. It's called Ballistic Burgers. Let's see, I got Steph, I got Bobby, I got Two Gun, I got Fable. Any other? Fuck, why does Chris not have a wrench? Lost in Comics, you're officially a PCP moderator. You're an admin. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If someone can throw out the YouTube link to Ballistic Burgers. Ballistic Burgers. All right, I love this dude's YouTube channel. I love it so fucking much. And I ranted about this on the channel a while ago, where I was watching his shit, so I was like getting into burgers and shit like that, right? And so, let me set something up real quick. Bear with me, talk amongst yourselves. Let me set this up. Fuck, I gotta pee again. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, so Lost in Comics got the wrench. Of course, Station, brother. I mean, come on, man. Anyway, thank you for throwing out the links, Twitch and Steph. Yeah, the Oklahoma onion burger. I made one. All right, so I've been on this burger kick, and there's still a few things I need. I live in an apartment. I don't have a grill. I can't go outside and grill and all that shit. But I got some things on my Amazon wish list. So I'm going to share an Amazon wish list in case anybody wants to help me get some things to... I'll give you more burger recipes as we go. But on this list, this is not the list with just a bunch of Blu-rays and shit. This is the one with like... This is household shit or whatever. But like nobody has to buy anything from that. But I'll throw it out there. There you go. No hair products, Marcus. But at the top of the list is some burger shit that I need. So if anybody wants to send that, you're more than welcome to. But you don't have to. You just being here is good enough. All right. So Ballistic Burgers. I love this YouTube channel. And I've been watching him again recently. So it got me like kicked up, right? So today in the afternoon, I went grocery shopping today. And I bought some burger meat. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, let me make a favorite of mine, the Oklahoma onion burger. So not only did I make it, I documented it with pictures so I could talk to you tonight and tell you what was going on. So let's get into it. So first of all, the Oklahoma burger was a thing that was done back in like the Great Depression, where they would add a lot of thinly sliced onions to the burger meat, basically, in a smash burger fashion to help pad the burger, make it last longer, and still have a cheap and affordable burger that was filling, right? It's one of my favorite burgers. I've made it multiple times, and I did it again tonight, or today, and I might do it right after this stream. But let's talk about it. All right, so first of all, there's the meat. I tonight got ground chuck sirloin 80-20. One thing I learned from Ballistic Burgers is that 80-20 is where you want to be. I used to make burgers all the time with 93.7 and always wondered why they were dry. Ever since I watched his channel and switched to 80-20 ground chuck, world's difference. So this is 80-20 sirloin Angus burger ground chuck, right? You form it into a ball. Then you take a yellow sweet onion and you slice it as thinly as you can, right? As thinly as you can. And I only have knives right now, so these actually are not as thin as they should be. One of the things on the Amazon wish list is a mandolin to help me slice these a little bit thinner. But I slice them as thin as I can. You can see that the one on the left is not super thin, but the one on the right is. So, it is what it is. All right. You put the burger on the griddle. Here I'm using a pan because I don't have a griddle yet. That's another thing on my wish list. You put it in there. You smash that shit down, right? So this is that meatball smashed down. You put the super thinly translucent onions on top of it, right? Let it cook. That's what you do. This actually happened today, y'all. Right? So you let it cook. You season the top of it. When I do this again, I'm going to season both sides of the burger because I like super seasoning, and the only seasoning we use is salt and pepper. Now, my pepper is the pepper grinder that I have is black pepper and other types of pepper. That's why it looks a little bit red. All right. Then we flipped it. Look at that beautiful fucking char right there. We flip it. I put deli American cheese on there. That's like not processed American cheese. That's like straight from the fucking deli American cheese. American cheese on an 80-20 ground chuck burger. That's what you're going for on these things. So you flip it. That's great. Then I steamed the buns. I don't typically do this. I've never really done this. So the way I steamed it was I put the heel on the patty, and I put the crown off on the side. Now, one thing we're going to learn about this burger that I made today is that the buns are, I went extra on everything for this burger except for the buns, and that was my mistake, just so you know. These buns are comically small, but I was steaming the buns. I flipped them. I feel like I could have left it on the other side a little bit longer to get that char, but if you notice, the char is on the onions. So the onions have been smashed into this fucking burger. Starts like that. I smash it further. It got wide. I don't think the picture really does it justice. That looks fucking beautiful, though. So then I flipped it, steamed the buns, flipped it, put it on the buns, and I added yellow mustard, Plockman's yellow mustard, and some dill pickle chips. That was the only condiments that I wanted on there. It already has onions. My favorite cheeseburger is just pickles, mustard, and onions. So that's all I needed. Then I crowned it. And like I said, these buns are ridiculously small for this burger, but I found a better angle right there. That was the burger that I made today. Oh my good. It was so fucking amazing, y'all. It was so fucking good. So let's just go through the slide again. Get a ball of 80-20 ground chuck. Super thinly sliced sweet yellow onions. Smash that fucking burger down. Put those onions on top of it. All of them. In fact, I should have added more onions. More onions, the better. Smash those onions into the burger. Smash that burger even more flat and thin. Flip it. Look at that fucking char. It's the most beautiful burger I ever made on that side. I should have let it go a little bit longer on the other side, but it was cooked all the way through. Maybe I should have turned up the heat. American cheese. Steam the buns. Just put the heel on the top. Put the crown cocked like that. You'll get that good steam coming through. Flip it over. Add on your condiments, yellow mustard, and dill pickle chips. Crown that shit. And you have an amazing Oklahoma onion burger. We now pause for station identification. One of the things on my Amazon wish list, at the top of this wish list, is all my burger shit. And one of them is a dome, like a stainless steel dome to put over it. So I got a griddle on there. I got like this thing with the dome and the smasher, because I had to smash it with like my plastic fucking spatula and a wooden one, and it's not as good as like a good smash. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm getting into it. I want to give y'all a burger recipe every fucking Rockin Robbie Live is what I want to do. I want to try a new burger every Sunday is what I want to do. That's my plan, at least. But yeah, you cover the pan, it sweats it. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Exactly. Cheese is on the bottom. Yeah, that's how it works on this one. It does work, though. The burger, by the way, was delicious as fuck. It was so goddamn good, y'all. It was so goddamn good. Caramelize those onions, cook up some bacon, chop it up, put those bad boys in the ground beef. I love a bacon cheeseburger as well, but bacon was not a part. I did the traditional is what I did, and that's one of my favorite burgers. I fucking love it. Nothing more I hate than raw onion center. Well, that and Peach Momoko and Scotty Young. And any comic other than Marvel. Call it a Saturn burger. Yeah, I like that. Just like Crystals, but better. Okay. That's a damn fine smash burger. Well, thank you so much. Coming from you in Texas, that means a lot. Because Ballistic Burgers, and he also has another channel, Ballistic Barbecue. I think he's based out of Texas. I am into small buns. I like big buns, too. I like big buns, and I can't deny I should have got bigger buns for this one. But now I'm stuck with 8 of these motherfuckers. Well, 7 now. fat equals flavor. It's one of the things I learned from Ballistic Burgers, actually, Ronald. Fuck yeah. Eric says, I'm gone for an hour and I come back to the weekly hamburger review. Yeah, I want to do that, the weekly hamburger review. I just need a few more tools. American cheese is booty. I used to think the same thing. Processed American cheese is booty. But American cheese from the deli isn't that bad, and it is one of the best cheeses for most burgers. I do prefer super extra sharp cheddar, white cheddar, provolone, pepper jack at times. I prefer a variety of cheeses. I want to do many different burgers. This is one of my favorite burgers. The traditional onion burger from Oklahoma just happens to have American cheese. And yeah, I should have gotten I saw the ballpark. I was like, let me save $1. Let me get the store brand. Those were like the tiniest fucking buns. But I didn't mind it, actually. It worked. Let's go through it again. Meatball. It's not bad to have that ring of meat around the burger, right? I don't want none unless you got buns, Hans. Yeah, that was about Oklahoma onion burgers. Did you know that? All right, BlackBox Comics says they're going to be at HeroesCon and Terrificon for sure next year. Excuse me. It's tequila. Let's do another shot. I'm going to be at next year. I don't know. I haven't quite figured it out, but I'm pretty sure we're doing MegaCon again. I will definitely be doing HeroesCon, Huntsville Comic and Pop Culture Expo, of course, and the Memphis Expo, and maybe Scarefest. It's the same ones I always do. It's the ones I did this year. Memphis Comic Con coming up. One of the best shows out there. Nothing but creators. Great stuff. Garth Ennis is going to be there. Alan Davis, Chris Bachalo. Who else is going to be there? I'm blanking like a motherfucker right now. Brian Polito's going to be there, y'all. I'm so fucking excited about Memphis Comic Expo. Scarefest. Scarefest is my horror con that I go to. Black Box, y'all. Dimitri, you holler at me. I got some ideas for some horror comics. And we can get you at Scarefest. Let's do that. Anyway. HeroesCon, though, every fucking year. Oh, yeah, Kevin Eastman's going to be there. Friend of the show. He's never been on the channel, but I did the panel with him last year. Last year at Huntsville Comic and Pop Culture Expo. Yeah, there's a great con in Memphis. It's fantastic. Kevin Eastman, Garth Ennis, Alan Davis, Brian Polito, Christopher Priest. I'm forgetting other people. Liana's going to be there. Liana lives in Memphis. Liana's like my homie. Here's to Liana. Here's to Memphis. Here's to barbecue. Here's to burgers. Delicious. All right, what do we got left? Show and tell. Let's do show and tell. All right, first thing I got for show and tell is a t-shirt that a friend of mine got me. She is one of my absolute best employees. Her name is Heather. She's a doll. She's amazing. And she got me this shirt because she goes, I saw this shirt. It made me think of you. Way to suck up to the boss. It says horror nerd. In case you don't. Yeah, you got it. Y'all got it. Y'all are smart. Somebody's out there like, horror Nero? I don't understand. So, no, that's a great t-shirt. Very excited to wear that. We were talking about variants earlier. What gets me excited for variants? A fucking series that I absolutely adore by people who care about comics with like artists that I love doing variant covers, how about that Jim Mahfood Red Room cover right there? How about this Jim Mahfood Red Room cover right here, y'all? How about Jim Mahfood's Quentin Tarantino right there? How dope is that? How about Jim Rugg's Hellboy fucking homage for Red Room? How dope is that? God, I love Jim Rugg so much. I've met Jim Rugg twice at the last 2 Heroes Cons. I love talking to that dude about comics. I love talking to that dude about comics. In fact, if I clipped out my whole rant about Marvel and shit tonight, if we sent that to Jim, I think he'd be like, right on. Those are the same conversations I've had with Jim Rugg. Jesus. How about this, though? Marvel doing something right. Doctor Strange Fall Sunrise Treasury Edition. I've shown this to so many people this week, and they all just are astounded by this book. People that don't typically read comics are looking at this book and going, fuck, I need that. Do you hear me, Marvel? I know you're listening. You hear me? I have multiple people in my personal life who don't give a shit about comics like you do that want to buy this book. Keep it in print. It's important. What else we got? The latest issue of Scream magazine. They talk about the Evil Dead. They talk about the Omen. They talk about Renfield. Always love having a new issue of Scream magazine. Oh shit, a Fright Night article. That's dope. I didn't even know that was there. All right, Horror Fest is coming. It kicks off August 26th. Excuse me. On Dylan's Horror Show with Maniac. And then the following Thursday, Don't Breathe on Blood Splatter Chatter. But in between that, we're doing the entire Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise on PCP Movie Night for Horror Fest. Good stuff. So I want to show off my Texas Chainsaw Massacre Blu-rays because I proudly own every movie that I'm covering on PCP Movie Night physically, except for Tales from the Hood, which is now on my Amazon wish list. But there's my copy of Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 1. I've got the Steelbook edition. It doesn't have a second disc with a lot of cool bonus features, but whatever. It was cheap enough. I need to upgrade. I have the Arrow release of Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 2. There's Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, Leatherface. I've met R.H. Miheloff. Right there. Right there. He's going to be at Scarefest this year. Then I got Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Next Generation. This is part 4. Got the Scream Factory with the slip. Then part 5 is actually the remake, which I've only seen once. Now, all the rest of these movies that I have physically, I've never seen. There's Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Beginning. Man, I hope these are good. Then there's one just called Texas Chainsaw. This is in 3D, so I'm going to watch this with John so I can see it in 3D. And then Leatherface. Then we're also doing the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2022, whatever the fuck it was, on Netflix. I don't think there's a physical release of that for some reason, which is stupid as fuck in my opinion. Because I want all 9 physically, but whatever. Speaking of physically, I wanted to show off an old school action figure I have. Y'all have seen it before back in the day, but let's show it off again. There's my Phantasm action figure. I love this action figure so much. Cloth cape. Hard top. Got the scythe and the action. Got the gun. This is complete. I opened this off card. But the coolest thing about this is, yeah, You take off the scythe, you got a normal hand there. I love shit like that. But the shit I love the most, bruh, spoiler warning, the Phantasm's actually Bruce Wayne's girlfriend. Can we get a good view on this, please? Nope. Okay. Yeah, there we go. God damn it. I'm trying to force the fucking camera to recognize this, but yeah. I love this figure. I've always loved this figure. I love this movie. It's one of the best Batman movies out there. The figure is dope. I have her on a base. We keep it real here, PCP. What else we got? Up. It's Horrorfest time, which means it's monster cereal time. I got them. The new monster cereals. Frankenberry, Boo Berry, Count Chocula, and the newest addition to the monster franchise, Carmilla Creeper. Let's open this up and take a look. Opening this with a pen. It's my green pen, so don't fuck me up. Let's take a look at the boxes. Count Chocula. One of the best cereals ever. Now, of course, they make them with corn flour now, not oat flour, but we don't need to get into that discussion tonight. Boo Berry and Frankenberry, both of these, mix these together, they are fucking amazing. But we have a brand new, for the first time since 1987, a brand new monster introduced to this line. Carmilla Creeper. This is a caramel apple flavored modern monster. I'm excited to check that out. Maybe we'll do a taste test. If only we did post credits here. How long we been going? 3 hours and 46 minutes. Fuck. We're doing a 4-hour stream tonight, y'all. It's going to happen. I feel it. Where's the werewolf one? Dwayne, they did the werewolf one last year. Fruit Brute. But they haven't done it again. And they haven't done Yummy Mummy since 2013. None of them are the original fucking recipes. But whatever. Is that show and tell? That's what I got for show and tell. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I got for show and tell. Yeah, it is. Ouroboros says, I found TCM 2, 3, and 4 so bad. The Netflix one was decently bloody and terrifying. I love TCM 3. Or my bad, 2. I love part 2, actually. I've grown in my appreciation for that movie. So this last Friday, we did another triple feature. We did Sorority Babes and the Slime Ball Bowl-O-Rama. And then we did Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. And then we did this movie right here, House, from 1977, Japanese film. My buddy Blake got me this for a present, either on Christmas or my birthday, I don't remember. Blake gives me these movies that are important, that I would love, that I've never seen. So we never saw this. So me and my homies, we watched this movie. We fucking loved it, man. This movie is a comedy horror film from Japan in 1977. It is so bonkers and off the fucking wall. Like, holy shit. I've heard of this movie most of my entire adult life. Fuck, this movie's so good. But so weird and off the fucking wall. I gotta watch it again. What else we got? We got nothing. All right, now we're just wasting time. Boom, 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 boom. Fable's out. Yeah, haven't gone 4 hours in a moment, man. Yeah, we're doing it tonight, bruh. On the Jack White's... on the... Marcus, on the Jack White's scale of smell, Jack White being a 4.69, this is a 5. This is what I want comics to smell like. Oh my God, it smells so good. Fuck. It smells so good, y'all. You don't even know. What do you think Rugg smells like? I've never noticed a smell off of him. So I think he smells like a regular dude. West Coast? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. See, y'all notice when I told Dimitri I had some ideas for some pitches for some fucking horror comics, he's silent all of a sudden. Like, I don't know. You know, I mean, like, my page rate's cheap. I'm just joking. All right, we're dipping out. I know we haven't quite made it to 4 hours, but, you know, can I let y'all in on a little secret? We do post credits here. So, we're taking, we're out. We're leaving. The show's over. Everybody, thank you all for joining us here on Rockin Robbie Live. Join us next week for Rockin Robbie Live, where we'll be doing top 5 Marvel comics over the last 20 years. And we will be talking about Legends of the Dark Knight, number 54 by Mike Mignola. Y'all, buy this book. It's worth it alone for the Demolition Man advertisement at the end. Anyway, we're dipping out. Station, love you. Pop, pop, boom. Y'all are the best. And yeah, fuck Marvel. Honestly, I mean, we're not supposed to say that? Are we not supposed to say that? Billy, you going to be in Memphis? Billy, you're going to be in Memphis? That's going to be fun. I can't wait to meet you in person, to have a conversation with you face to face. Sinner, I agree with you. Demolition Man is one of the greatest movies of all time. I agree with you. I really do. Sinner, you should come to Memphis Comic Expo. Chris, you should too. We're dipping out. We're not going to do a full 4 hours tonight. We're not going to have a post-credits. Love y'all. Have a good one. Station. Pop, pop. Boom.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing.
I got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led.
I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said.
How's this supposed to feel, PCP Army? Come on! Let's go!
How's it supposed to feel?
Dimitri, one thing that I know that I can do is write and come up with a dope comic. Has Bueller ever given you an idea for a comic book? Just gonna say that. Just gonna lay that there. I'm just fucking around. All right, y'all. We're about to hit 4 hours. We haven't done one of these in a while. All right. Anyway, I was fucking... Bueller, let's write a comic together, man. That would be fucking dope. Y'all, the 27 that are still here. By the way, that's the same amount of World Series championships the Yankees have. 27 people are here right now. Let us know. Do you want to see me and Bueller write a comic book together? Fuck. How cool would that be? That'd be so dope. Bueller, you going to Memphis? I wish. Bueller's busy with other things. By the way, we're having fun. We love this community. I should have said this earlier. Comics will break your heart. Jen, she's going through a hard time. She needs your help. She needs your support. Let her know you love her. Even if you can't send her any financial support, just like let her know how much she means to you. That would go a long way. All right, we're doing a taste test. We're taste testing a brand new monster cereal. Carmilla Creeper. I like to call it Carmilla Creeper, but that's just me. Supposed to be caramel apple. Just to get it out of the way. The monster cereals used to be made with oat flour, and they were way better. If you don't believe me, get chocolate Cheerios made with oats. Put some Marbits in there. Just buy some Lucky Charms or some shit. Pick out some marshmallows. Throw them in the fucking Cheerios chocolate. Eat that. Then try Count Chocula. And you tell me the difference. Okay? You tell me the difference. Jesus fucking Christ. All right. I think I've crossed from buzz to drunk. All right, so we're going to do this. Carmilla Creeper, caramel apple flavored monster cereal. The box artwork right there. The back of the box. Are all the backs the same? All of the backs are the same. Lazy. Seems like Marvel General Mills. Anyway. Let's fucking check it out. I'm always excited for a new monster cereal. I've only ever gotten one new one in my lifetime. That was Fruity Yummy Mummy. It's green. So that's fucking cool. So like Boo Berry's blue. Count Chocula is brown. Frankenberry is pink. And Fruit Brutes, like nowadays, is red. And Fruity Yummy Mummy's like orange, I guess. It smells like cardboard and caramel. That's what it smells like. All right, let's do this. I'm actually really super fucking excited for this, y'all. Oh, there's the milk. I use almond, vanilla almond milk is what I use for my cereal in a Frankenberry glass. Hit it with some milk. Got to spin it around. Now, I do have the taste of beer and tequila and weed in my mouth right now. Oh, the smell's coming up. I smell the apple when it hits the milk. None of these cereals will get a 5. They automatically get 1 ya dig removed because they're no longer made with oats. Let's try this cereal. Got some Marbits in there. The Marbits are like pink and purple, so I like that. Oh, man. Okay. Weird. Okay. 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 Fuck it. Let's have some more. Let's try some more. Oh, there's some green Marbits too. Okay. Okay. All right. Would this cereal be better if it was made with oat flour? Of course. The best cereals are made with oat flour. More of them used to be made with oats, you know? Wow. All right, let's dive into this. It would be better if it was made with oats outside of corn flour. But you know what? That's what all these motherfuckers are made with now. That's what all these motherfuckers are made with now. It doesn't matter. The texture is the same as the rest of them nowadays. The flavor. It is way more caramelly than it is appley. It could have a stronger apple punch to it I would really appreciate that if it had a stronger apple punch. But it's got a good, solid caramelly punch. The apple is there. Okay. The apple is there, but not as much. If they just said this was a caramel cereal, I would believe it. I would never pick up on the apple. That being said, nothing excites me more than monster cereals during Halloween Horror Fest time. Nothing excites me more than a new flavor and character in the General Mills monster cereal verse. Whatever, however you want. Like, this is the next multiverse we need to build, right? I love Count Chocula. I love Blueberry. I love Frankenberry. And I love Fruit Root, the modern day version. I never had the original. That was in the 70s. And I love Fruity Yummy Mummy so goddamn much. Bring it back, goddammit. Why are you fucking scared, General Mills? That being said, creativity, the caramel apple. It's a Halloween-y fall type of flavor. That's cool. I love the design of the character, actually. She's a little bit too modern for me, to be honest with you, with the headphones. But take those away. She's a zombie. That's cool. We got a Frankenstein monster. We got a vampire. We got a ghost. We got a werewolf. We got a mummy. Sure, why not, right? That's cool. This could easily be like a creature from the Black Lagoon type thing, but it's a zombie. This is modern. This is hip. This is fresh. I'm giving this a 4 ya digs. Could have more apple flavor. Could have a better texture. It's not any fault of Carmilla herself, though. 4 ya digs for me. Chaos Station. We went over 4 hours tonight for the first time in a long time. Let's see what the milk tastes like, though. Caramelly. There's more apple flavor in the milk than there is in the cereal. The milk gets a 4.5. The cereal gets a 4. Granted, I'm using vanilla almond milk. All right, anyway, we're dipping out. Y'all, we love you. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for sticking through my ranting and rambling about Marvel tonight. Y'all are the best. I love y'all so much. I really fucking do. Like, I said if there's one thing you took tonight from this show is to make sure you get Raphael Grandpa's Batman Gargoyle, because that book is fucking awesome. Issue number 1 was fantastic. Comes out a month from now. Yeah, take that. Another thing to take from this stream is stop buying comics you hate and support creators who love comics, because Marvel and DC do not care about comics. But outside of that, buy you a box of Carmilla Creeper. Buy you some Count Chocula, Frankenberry, Booberry. Go to your local Sam's Club. You can get this box set. It's got all 4 of them in one. Do that. Because these are some of my favorite nostalgic fucking cereals that we have. And now, for the first time since 1987, we have a new monster character introduced. That's fucking dope. For you digs. 4.5 for the milk. If they were made, if it was made of oats and it had more apple punch to it, that would be a perfect fucking cereal. Perfect. Fuck. All right, y'all, we're dipping out. Station pop pop boom. By the way, the only way this is the biggest and baddest horror fest is not because we're doing more movies across more channels, more shows. We're adding a week to Horror Fest. We're starting at the end of August instead of the beginning of September. What makes this the best is you. So, you fucking be there. If I don't see you at Horror Fest this year, I'm going to be so fucking disappointed. I'm going to be so fucking disappointed. Why do you want to be at Horror Fest? Here's why. Station, y'all.